Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech.
Did you know that Angular JS2 is used by over 80% of the top web applications today? This powerful framework is a game changer in web development. Let us dive deep into one of the most popular frameworks for building modern web applications. Angular JS2 is an open source framework developed by Google. It's designed to make web application development easier by providing a comprehensive solution for building interactive and dynamic user interfaces. Whether you're creating a small website or a complex web app, Angular JS2 offers tools and features to streamline your development process. Angular JS2 enhances application performance and scalability. It can cut development time by up to 30% compared to traditional methods. Its two-way data binding and modular architecture ensure cleaner, maintainable code. Understanding Angular JS2 is key for web developers. It improves user experience with responsive, efficient, and maintainable apps. Mastering Angular JS2 can boost your career prospects and help you work on innovative projects. In this course, we'll cover the basics of Angular JS2, delve into its core features, and explore practical examples. By the end, you'll have a solid foundation to start building your Angular JS2 applications. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now, let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. HTML basics. 2. HTML5 new elements. 3. Multimedia using HTML5. 4. HTML5 APIs. 5. CSS basics. 6. CSS3 elements. 7. JavaScript introduction. Let's dive in.
In module 1, we basically focused about basic Java programming and working with databases. So those module is essentially used to write complete business logics for enterprise applications, including your database programming. But mostly when you're talking about web application development, so in web application development, you need to work and you need to understand what are the technologies which are involved in developing web pages. There are two types of web application development. We'll have static web applications and dynamic web applications. In static web applications, the static content will be shown to the user. Example, any number of users who are accessing that web page is going to see the same data. But in dynamic web applications, we need to develop the content dynamically based on the user interaction. Example, suppose when you log into your Gmail account and then you'll see only the user specific data or your own data, like what are the read emails on unread emails, what are the starred emails, and all the stuff which belongs to a particular user like you. So you'll get those kind of data. So to develop that kind of web pages, we require dynamic web applications, or we use server-side technologies. So basically any enterprise, any web application development, if you want to develop, we need to develop the web pages. So to develop the web pages, we use a programming language called HTML. So in this session, we'll discuss about the basics of HTML. So the objective of this session is we understand what is the HTML, and then how HTML are going to use for developing web pages, and HTML structure, what is a programming structure that HTML will use for developing web pages, and what are the basic tags in HTML for developing web pages or simple web pages, and we also discuss about what are HTML attributes. So to talk about HTML, HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So what exactly is a markup language? Markup language is a set of markup tags. In our previous sessions, if you see, we have written so many programs by using Java. So Java follows a programming structure, like we define packages, we import classes and interfaces, and we write our classes, and then we define our variables, we write our constructors, then we write our methods. So there is a proper structure is defined for every programming language. And similarly, HTML also follows a document structure. So that developing those HTML pages, we use certain kind of tags. Like in Java, how we use a kind of keywords, example, public, import, package. These are specific keywords which will give some kind of instruction to the compiler and interpreter to perform a task. And similarly, when you're developing an HTML page, we use some kind of HTML tags. So HTML programming will be developed by using HTML tags. So the main purpose of using HTML is to build rich look web pages. So we cannot use textual data to show it onto your web page, but a lot of content, you may have different type of content, maybe some textual information, some images information, or some kind of buttons or some kind of form controls where you are allowing the user to enter the data. So to display all these contents, we require a certain kind of markup technique to show all these components are very well organized to create the user interface, which is having a very great rich look, so that the user always will feel, wow, this great the web page looks so nice. So to get that wow factor, we need to structure, we need to organize our components with the help of HTML. So HTML document, or in simple terms we call HTML web pages as an HTML document, is designed by using some built-in HTML tags. So you're not allowed to use any other user-defined tags apart from HTML built-in tags. So HTML supports some built-in tags to document your to structure your document, to show your content in an efficient way. So each tag will very well describe and what exactly the purpose of the tag, and if you want to design that, we'll use the appropriate tag to instruct the web browser how you want to show that web page. So HTML defines a predefined document structure, as I already explained you. Like HTML follows a predefined document structure, like the structure based coding you'll have. So you'll have root tags, you'll have child tags. Those are all properly structured. So you need to follow this structure when you're designing or when you're creating an HTML page from scratch. So to talk about HTML, HTML is an interpreted language. It is not a compilable language. So when you're talking about Java, in Java you're getting an output requires two steps. That is what first is compilation, second one is interpretation. So first we write the program, then we compile, then we interpret. But in HTML we write the code directly, we'll interpret. There is no compilation. So it is very essential to understand like how you develop HTML code and then how you interpret. So we require two different softwares for developing HTML page and for interpreting your HTML page. So to develop HTML page, we use editors, and some of softwares are available as IDEs also, which are be given by Eclipse, but mostly HTML plain documents are designed by using some popular editors. So editor is a software which allows you to write a code. Example, suppose you take Notepad. In Notepad you can write any text document, and similarly you can write any Java program, you can write HTML program, or you can write JavaScript program or something like. So editors are mainly used to write your HTML content, and there are lot many editors which will give by default support to write your web documents. Example, you may write HTML code, you may write CSS code, or you may write Java code. They are very well essentially declared, essentially used for developing these kind of web coding. So some of the popular editors that we'll be using during our training is we'll be working with brackets, and then we'll be working with Sublime Text 3. These are the popular editors which will be used for web development. You can also work with other kind of editors like Notepad++ or Edit Plus for developing your HTML documents. So each and every HTML page should be saved with an extension called .html or .htm. So any of the extension will allow you to identify what kind of file you're just saving it. Like if you see Java, the extension of the Java program is .js, the extension of C program is .c, and similarly the extension of HTML pages are .html or .htm. So HTML documents are interpreted and displayed by using web browsers. As I told you, like for HTML documents, the interpreters or the softwares are called as web browser. We use web browsers as interpreters for HTML document. Like you may use any popular modern web browsers like Google Chrome, Safari, or Internet Explorer. It is always suggested to use IE 9+ versions, because some of the features of HTML5 will support only the basic version to Internet Explorer, that is by 9. So you can get all this information online to understand which kind of HTML version supports which kind of browser version. So To talk about HTML document structure, as we define, like HTML follows a predefined document structure, and it is purely tag based programming. So we use some built-in tags which HTML providers to maintain a code, and then to mention how web browser should display this data inside a web page. So the root element of HTML document is HTML tag, and if you see, every open tag will have a closing tag. So the syntax of writing an open tag is the tag name will embed within the Angular brackets, and when you're closing the tag, we use a forward slash before the tag name. Example, if you use HTML, we don't have any special symbols apart from Angular brackets, so these Angular brackets will mention that it is a tag, and apart from that you shouldn't have any special characters. So HTML is a tag name. So because HTML is a root element or root tag for your HTML document, all the other tags will be called as a child elements or child tags to your HTML document. So this HTML document, at the end of your document, it should be closed. So for closing an HTML document, we use /HTML. Inside this you have separate sections. So HTML document mainly divided into two sections. One is header section and second one is a body section. So it's not like header part, body part and footer part, those are different, but head part of HTML will instruct your web browser something about the page. So head section always will define what is the title of the page, and then what are the external JavaScript files or external documents that you're referring in the current web page, and what kind of external style sheets that are required to format or required to style your present HTML page. So all these things will mention inside the head tag. So head tag will give some instruction to the web browser. So when the page is loading, first it reads the head tag, and then whatever the files which are required to load this page, it will load all the files together and then will show the document. So the second thing is the body part. So whatever you write within the body part will be shown to the user as a web page. So whatever you write within the head page will not be shown to the user apart from the title. The title always will be shown as a tab. When you open your web page as a tab, whatever you see on the tab is called as a title. So each according to W3C standards, so each and every HTML page should have a title. So usually for SEO purpose, that is search engine optimization purpose, Google search engine uses the data or the metadata description, that what you describe within the head tag, to give you certain rankings based on the keyword search. So all these coding will do within the head part. So head part is very essential for every HTML document. It uses lot of information in order to show your web page. So if you do not properly write your head tag or head section, so your page will not be rendered properly by the web browser, so that it cannot be shown to the user. And any information that you write within the head tag will not be shown to the user. Only the information that what you write within the body, that only will be shown to the user. So we define these HTML document structure into two parts, head and then the body. So we'll see, like when you're writing an HTML page, we'll clearly understand how these tags are written, so that how it will shown as a web page by the web browser. So coming to basic tags of HTML, HTML provides lot of basic tags. And each and every tag is very simple to use, very descriptive, and the most popular basic tags that we are going to use is the headers. Usually when you're representing a lot of textual data, some of the section you want to highlight, that's what I call as a headers, or maybe some kind of titles you want to show or subtitles you want to show. To highlight that kind of text, you don't need to write huge kind of styles required. So this is a frequent requirement in any web page. That's why HTML has provided us with some built-in header tags. That is, it provides 6 basic header tags from H1 to H6. So whatever the content you write within the tag is shown as a header tag. So it is having some predefined styles associated with the tag. So when you mention the content within the H1 tag, so then it applies some styles. H2, it applies some styles. So like similarly till H6 you have the headers you can display. Or when you write the normal text will be shown as a normal text only. So there is no styles associated to it. So it is a responsibility of a developer to display or to assign those kind of styles for the external text. But when you have a header to H1 to H6, some predefined styles are there. So if you want to apply more styles even for your headers, maybe with some kind of different font, or with different font family, and then with a different color. So all these things you can externally apply the CSS by using the CSS files. But speaking, predefined header tags will have some predefined styles associated. And similarly, if you want to mention some text as a paragraph, we use paragraph tag. And if you have some navigations, and generally every web page will have lot of sections in a web page. If the web page is very huge, it always will be difficult for a user to scroll the entire web page. Instead of that, if you see a single web page applications which are very popular these days, will have some kind of navigation links. So suppose you want to click us about us. If I click on about us, that will by default navigate you to a particular portion within the web page. That kind of navigations, if you want to do, or some kind of links will navigate to your external page. Example, you want to know more, click on this, then it will go to a new page, so that the more information will be available. So to navigate to different pages or to navigate different sections within a page, we use anchor tag. Anchor tag is used as a hyperlink tag actually. So there is one more tag which is called as image tag, which is used to define images in the web page, and which are very essential because images will give more rich look to your web page. So using images are very essential. And then the basic tag for images is image tag, img. It is not complete image, it is img tag. And we use break tag, br tag, to define the content in a new line. Suppose when you have a huge text and you want to define some text in a new line, simply you can write br tag so that the corresponding text will be shown in a new line. And there's one more very important tag called div. So if you see any web page, the web page will not be shown in a single content. It will be divided into multiple sections. Whereas each section will have separate styles associated and separate components grouped together. So to do that, we use a tag called division tag. And then under division you will have a lot of subdivisions. Under subdivisions you will have actual components. And span is used to group inline elements together. And the other HTML basic tags we have is header horizontal rule, that is called HR. So when you mention HR, it by default draw a line which is called as a horizontal line, which is commonly used to visualize separate sections on the page. And B is used as a bold tag, which if you want to define your content as bold, we can use B tag. And font tag is used to work with the font in the content. For the content in the web page, maybe you want to define your own size, your own font color, own font family, so then font tag will use. And for displaying different kind of list, we have two types of list: unordered list and then ordered list. Ordered list always will have ordering techniques, so that it will order the elements according to the numbers that you associated with it. But whereas unordered list, it directly takes all the lists and then will show. Usually most of the navigations in today's web pages will be displaying them as links, and then we'll apply some kind of styles to it. And one more important tag is table, where if you want to group some elements as part of a table, like exactly we see in the presentation slide, we have tag description, which and then this looks like this is a table, so which organizes your components in a proper way. Like you don't need to worry about how much is the space I need to give, how many columns, how much I need to organize these and all these things. So by default, table will have styles associated with this. But to organize your table, we require some kind of child elements like table heading, table row, table data. So we'll see with an example. So now attributes. Coming to attributes, so far we discussed only about a tag. Example, suppose you are using image tag. Image tag alone doesn't show anything, so it has to understand what is the image you are showing and what is the height and then width. Suppose if image is not found, what is additional text I need to show. So all this information you need to provide, so that additional information for a particular element will be given with the help of attributes. So all HTML can have attributes. Some of them do not have attributes, so some of them are very straightforward. Like if you want to use horizontal tag HR, directly you'll have, and then if you have a paragraph tag, you have only P, you don't have any attributes to it. But some of the HTMLs will have attributes. So attributes are defined by using key value pair. Example, if you use in HTML, we have a tag called we have an attribute called language. Lang is equal to enus. So it is always recommended to write attributes names in the lowercase letters according to W3C standards. Because HTML document is case insensitive, whether you write tags in lowercase letters or you write your tags in uppercase letters, your browser will render it in the same way. But there are certain standards given by the W3C consortium, so we need to follow those standards. So according to it, the attributes are always should be shown in a lowercase letters. In HTML5 standards, you don't require any double quotes to represent a value for a attribute. Example, lang is equal to enus. Directly you can mention. You don't require any double quotes. But we can use both single quotes and as well as double quotes to represent value. But according to coding standards, always recommended to use double quotes in order to identify what is a key, what is a value. So let us take some example of understanding how in HTML coding has been done. For this we'll be using some editor. You can use Notepad or you can use Notepad++, you can use brackets, you can use Sublime Text 3 or whatever. So here we are using Sublime Text. Why? Because it is having a lot of features when compared to HTML coding. And you can also use brackets. They both are very popular for using coding for web. Even brackets is having its own advantages, but if you see the user interface always will be great using Sublime Text, and even you can document your project structures in it, and then you can directly use a whole project structure to create your HTML pages. So in this we discussed we try to write some code by using index.html. As I told you, like the extension of an HTML document could be .html or .html. So here I have taken a new file, or if you want to take a new file, you can write something like this. So every HTML document will have a doc type. So doc type will probably explain you your browser what is the kind of document that you are logging, so you're working with or you're interpreting. So this is very important in browser perspective. But doc types compared to previous HTML versions, that is HTML4.x, the doc type declaration was very huge. You know, to write a lot of value for declaring what kind of document type you are using. But in HTML5, the doc type declaration is very simple. Simply you can mention the exclamatory mark, doc type, and HTML. If you see, the doc type tag is only having an explanatory mark, and other tags do not have any special symbol associated with. That's why this is the root. We cannot say it as an exact HTML5 tag, but it gives you the HTML standard to understand what kind of a document type you are using for rendering in your browser. So, and then the root element that we are going to write is HTML, and it always recommended whenever you open a tag, immediately you have to close this, because you'll be writing a lot of child tags inside a root element. So obviously you'll forget, if you forget to close that, you always will be mess up where exactly you have to close the root element. So but with these kind of editors, suppose say I'm going to say like first.html. Now when I save it, now you see the Sublime Text 3 is properly organized. It understands what is the tags you're using, and tags are shown in a different color. And suppose if you want to write your head section, and you can probably it will give you the suggestion, and then it also automatically closes. So you don't need to write head and then close. Suppose I want to write title, and then you can select this and automatically it closes. So now I'm going to write an introduction to HTML. So this is what the tag will have. So when we run this HTML page, let us probably try to run this as first.html. If you see first.html, the title whatever we have shown, an introduction to HTML, which we have written here, so will be shown as a title of this. So here this we call it as a fav icon, where you can show it as image. Suppose if you open any Google or Gmail or any other web page, suppose you take our ZaranTech website, and then ZaranTech will have Z as a fav icon. This is what the logo basically that will show, and every company will follow that. That if you want to define it, it comes as a head section, and then that head section will define it by using a link tag which will have. So we're not focusing much on those styles now, but to basically understand how this can be rendered. So under this head, you may have a lot of script you can write, or you can define some kind of link tags, and so directly it refers to what kind of a style sheet you are referring to. Directly you can mention, and all these things are by defaultly come. So but our intention is this doesn't show any content to the user. As you see, I mentioned a lot of things here, but when I run this, nothing will be shown to the user. So whatever the content you write within the body, that only will be shown here. So to do that, what I have done is I have taken an example here. So we'll see the content that what we have written inside the body. The advantage of using this is these editors, now you can clearly understand what is the root element and till where it is there. Suppose if you close this and then till this, it will be closed. So whatever the division you'll have, it will be closed, and whatever the division you'll have, it will be closed, something like that. So it's very easy for you to not visible the hiding the code of a particular division, so you don't mess up of seeing a huge code. Or whenever you're developing a very huge web page, it is always very important that whatever the division you're not working, you can hide it, and then the division which you are working currently will be limelighted. Otherwise very huge code will come, and then the developer will mess up understanding where exactly you're opening, where exactly you're closing. So here I have taken a root div. This is what root div I have, and under this I have taken sub div. Under this I have taken a header, welcome to HTML tutorial, and when you run this, probably you can see that this is what the H2 default styles, which is given by HTML. And I have written a paragraph. It's a simple text. I have taken example of paragraph text, and then this is written here. And then next I have taken an horizontal line HR by closing this div, and then HR is written. And then next you have one more div, and then I have an anchor tag example. Now I'll say click here too, and I've used anchor, and I have used an attribute called href, and then this href always will represent the URL or the path of the next page where you want to navigate to. So example here I've seen login, and if you see this, how exactly it will be shown. So you'll find this in many web pages. So when you use your mouse onto the particular element, so by default it will change to the hand symbol, seeing that it is a navigation link. So upon clicking on that, it will change the URL. So if you see login.html, so which we have mentioned login.html, by default this login.html will be appended to your root path, but there is no HTML page called /.html, so that's why it is saying your file was not found. Or you can configure your anchor tag to navigate to a particular section within a same web page. That you can do with the help of hash by the section ID. By default it will go there. So here I am taking image example where I have image. Image is having a lot of attributes. Here we have source is an attribute which used to find out where is the file that you're representing to. Suppose I have an image called java_je.png, which this is the absolute path you need to give. Suppose if it is under an images folder, you just need to give the appropriate directory, otherwise it doesn't find. Suppose in this case, if I run this, the image will not be shown, you see, because image is not found. So the alt attribute is used to show what is the alternate text image it has to show when it is not found the particular image. So here I mentioned image not found. So by default, if it is not found, it shows image not found. So when I give the appropriate path, then it will find out the image and then will display it. So there is no alt will be shown. And you can use height and then width to control what is the height and then width required. Or usually if you want to configure it by using an external CSS style, you can use that too. And here we have a font example. Font is a tag representing the tag. Now here we have font face. What kind of a font face we are using is Verdana, and color of the font green. Size of the font is 30, and when you run that, probably you'll see something like this. This is a normal text without any font, and then this is what text with some font. And we have two lists as we discussed, unordered list and then ordered list. In unordered list we'll have UL tag is a root element. Under that you'll have a list items which we are declaring it as a li. So I have coffee, tea, milk, and then by default they'll be shown with this kind of bullet buttons. Is an unordered list, but in ordered list you can mention it as a OL, where you see OL always will start with 1 2 3, and then you can also mention an attribute called start to start from. Suppose if I give 50, then it start from 50 only. So like that you can use the basic HTML tags.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of Angular CLI? Option A, to write unit tests. Option B, to deploy the application. Option C, to create and manage Angular projects. Option D, to style components. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, want to master building web apps? Our Angular JS2 course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace right here. In this course, you'll dive into Angular JS2, a powerful tool for creating dynamic web apps. From setting up your project to advanced features, we've got it covered. Our course includes everything from the basics to advanced techniques, designed by experts who know Angular JS2 inside out. Your instructors are seasoned pros who are ready to guide you and answer your questions. And our students rave about it too. People just like you have found this course incredibly useful. The best part? It's very affordable, so you can get great training without spending a fortune. Ready to become an Angular JS2 expert? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website.
For creating a simple web page, but do you have a lot of tags to define your web page? If you have, especially the form elements, now we'll be discussing a form separately in another session, but mostly if you want to organize your content in an efficient way, these are the HTML basic tags we'll use. But apart from that, we also use some kind of styles. I'll show you a live example. Suppose you take Gmail as an example, or Google of that matter. So anything that you can take. Suppose I'll take Google as an example, and probably if you want to see the source of this particular image, particular code, simply you can use Control U, that it will show you the view source of the particular web page that you are looking for. But mostly some of the coding that you cannot see when you use it as a view page, but there is an alternate for seeing the code for this. Even if you see, there are a lot of div tags, a lot of span tags, and then a lot of list elements, okay, and a lot of attributes were used for displaying this. Probably what we can do is, like, if you want to see a particular coding of this element, you can probably right click on the element, where you have two options. One is view page source, which give you the complete source of the page, or if you see inspect, it will by default inspect your particular element by opening it. So if you see now here, the document is very proper and structured. You have a doc type as HTML, and you have HTML as a root element, where language is equal to TNIN, and then you have head tag. Inside head you have a lot of meta tags, and then this is what the fave icon which we have, which we are talking about, the shortcut icon, which will be shown like the G, and then we have a lot of scripts which are loaded, a lot of styles which have been written inside it, and a lot of divs, and you have center tag, you have div tag, you have span tag. So a lot of div structures you can find. So usually, and every when you inspect every element, it will give you what is the height and then width that it is occupying and all the stuff. So this is a way you can see how HTML pages will be developed with the basic things. But mostly to have a better look and feel, we'll use CSS. Like if you see, a lot of styles have been written here. So the in CSS part, we'll clearly understand how the CSS will be written to better visualize your document. And here also in inspect element, it shows what are the CSS applied to a particular element. So all these things you can understand easily by creating a simple web page. In this session, we'll discuss about the HTML5 new elements that are introduced in HTML5. So there are a lot of differences between HTML5 and then its previous versions, because in previous versions, HTML was only focusing on displaying the data, and most of the dynamic operations were used to be done by JavaScript code, and most of the operations are used to be done at the server side, especially in terms of validation, or especially in terms of new form elements, or especially in terms of giving some semantic meanings to your HTML data. So keeping that in mind, HTML5 introduced a lot of new elements in order to make it more clear. So in this session we'll discuss about what are the new semantic elements of HTML5, and then what are the new form elements, and then what are the new input elements of form, and we'll also see what are the new attributes. So HTML5 is introduced some of the new semantic elements. What do you mean by semantic elements is, so mostly depending upon your website, we have been using different divisions for categorizing your data to display your data according to your requirement. Example, suppose if your web page contains mostly newsletters, so basically if it contains mostly figures or images, and if it contains more kind of navigation elements, so far we do not have any semantic tag to mention it, maybe in header of your HTML page, maybe a footer of your HTML page, or a section of your HTML page, and then the representation of a particular data as an article. So far we were just using only division and paragraph in order to declare all these things. So to give it as a semantic meaning and to give your browser a complete description, there are a lot of new semantic elements were introduced. So one such thing we have is an article. So article defines that whatever the textual data that you are entering as part of a paragraph or any other headers or whatever, now this is having some inbuilt CSS to be applied and to define your browser that this is going to be an article. So give a semantic meaning that this particular portion is going to be an article, especially when your website is news related or any kind of articles related. This article tag more specifies that the particular portion is belong to an article to apply particular CSS. And similarly, we have dialog tag defines a particular dialog box or a window, and figure which is a self-contained content like illustrations or any diagrams or any photos, we can represent it as a figure. And if you want to add any caption for a figure element, then we can use fig caption tag. And especially the headers and footer tags are introduced to mention that header of the document or a section, or a footer of a document or a section. And section attribute defines a part of a document. So earlier we were using only a division, but now we can divide your whole document into the sections. Each section can have its own division. That's how this is categorized. And there is one more new semantic element called nav, which shows that there are the navigation links, example on order list or order list. So and then the list elements will come under the navigation. So when you're designing a new HTML page according to HTML5 standard, it is obviously recommended to use these tags to make your browser very clear, like what kind of a division or what kind of a document your HTML mostly contains. So there are some new form HTMLs are also introduced. One is data list, second one is a keygen, and third one is output. The data list is a predefined set of options for input control. Earlier we were using select as a drop down, but now that is completely replaced as a data list. And then we have a keygen, which defines a key pair generator, especially when you want to do any kind of encryption kind of. And output usually defines the result of a calculation in HTML form. Suppose say when you have a price range with a kind of discount, and immediately when the user select, this is what the approximate value, the immediate calculation, and then the output has to be shown in the HTML page itself. So keeping that to the latest standards, HTML5 has a lot of elements. Especially we're talking about form elements. HTML is earlier in the previous session we have discussed what exactly is the basic form elements, but when user is entering the data, there are few elements which are supported by form, few input types, example text, password, button, or radio, checkbox. But when the user is actually entering the data, there are a lot of types of data he'll enter. Example, when he's entering username, or when he's entering a mobile number, or when he's entering an email, earlier we had only input type is text. And whether it is a number, or whether it is an email, or whether it is a telephone number, or whether it is a website URL, all these things we had to handle by using JavaScript code to validate whether it is an email address, or it is a telephone number, or whether it is a URL or not. So, but these are the general input elements nowadays that every user enters the data. So keeping that in mind, HTML5 introduced different kinds of new form input elements. When you mention this input of a particular type, your HTML5 compliant browser understands the user has to enter an appropriate data. If it doesn't enter, then immediately it is going to validate it there itself and then will display it as an error. So such input elements we have is a number. When you want to enter only numbers, restricting with minimum and maximum values, then you can give it as a number. Example, suppose you are entering age, then definitely the age will limit from 0 to 100. So, or 1 to 100, you cannot enter more than that. So here by default the age will be of number. It doesn't allow you to enter any characters, only numbers, that to be with a minimum value of 1 and maximum value of 100, so that you will get only 1 to 100. And similarly, when you want to insert a date of birth, earlier date of births, especially including a calendar, was very headache operation, where we used to use a lot of JavaScript code to include in our HTML page. Whenever you want to select a date, then we need to use the JavaScript code to define the calendar. So now data attribute of input types simplifies all this operation. Whenever user want to select a date, simply we'll call it as a date. And then it has introduced one more special type called color. When you want to specifically mention what is your favorite color or any kind of color input if you require, then by default it allows you to take a particular color. And similarly, you have a range. Range is nothing but the slider. This is what a new input element which is given by HTML5, especially in most of the shopping cart applications where you need to check the price, maybe a range of price in order to filter out all the products. So in this range, you should have a slider within the range like minimum and maximum values with a step out operation, so that when you slide this, a lot of operations may take place. So range is a kind of type which will give you an input slider. And month, if the user want to select only month and year, directly will use month. And then week, only week and year. And then time, it allows user to select time. Date time allows you to select the date and the time as well. And the input type email allows you to write only an email address with a specified validations. And telephone used to enter only the telephone number of 10 numbers. And URL should be a valid website URL. So these are the new input HTML form elements in order to support a wide range of input elements in a form. And there are a lot of new attributes which are included in HTML5. One is autocomplete, used to specify whether the form or an input field should have an auto completion or not. So usually you see a lot of web applications, whether when you are opening that, it by default asks you to autofill. When you say autofill and then click on that, by default it itself will fill some of the predefined values which you have entered in other website, like your email address or your address, your mobile number. So all these values by default will come. That is biggest feature of using autocomplete. And then second thing you have is a no validate. It should specify whether form data should be validated or not when submitted to the server. And you have one more attribute called autofocus. When you mention this autofocus attribute for a particular input element, when the page loads, by default that particular input will be gets focused so that the user can directly enter the data. And the form attribute specifies this particular input element belongs to which kind of form, and form action specifies this particular form data should be sent to what kind of URL, and encryption type form method specifies what method you have to use for sending the data, and form no validate. In an input element we can mention whether the form element should be validated or not. And list used to refers to a data list that contains a drop down list, and we have minimum and maximum attributes to specify the minimum and maximum value, especially for a number. And we have a placeholder which is very important to enter. It will display a value what kind of a value you can enter. That's called a placeholder. So now we'll see an example of an HTML5 form. The example I'm taking same as a contact form, but I'm not taking the regular HTML elements, but I'm taking HTML5 elements here. Now here I have taken required attribute. This required attribute specifies whether this is a mandatory element or not. If you do not, this is a new attribute which is given in HTML5. If you do not mention it as a required, now you need to handle it by using a JavaScript code, which is really headache process. Now I made last name. Till this it is a text only, and username is text, password is password. Now in order to demonstrate mobile number, I just mentioned it as a number, or instead of this it's a mobile number, I can take a type of tel. So and then here I have taken it as a mobile number, and then I made it as a required. And for email, I have mentioned the type to be as an email, so as a date of birth, and then required. Oh, sorry, this could be email. So now the second thing, I have a date of birth, and then the type I have mentioned as a date. Directly it will allow you to open a calendar, and then you can select a date, and you can select a favorite color, and then the type of that I have given as a color. And then here for range, I have taken price. The input type is range, and minimum value is 10, maximum value is 2000, and then the step value is 100. So when you're moving it, it takes only 100 as a step value. And then website, here I have entered a URL, type as a URL, so it will ask you to enter an appropriate URL. Now for a select browser, I take input list as an attribute called browsers. This list always will point to a data list with a particular ID. Now the data list, we don't have select here. Now simply we are saying it as a list. The list element should have attribute always should point to a data list with a particular ID called browser. Now here I mentioned the options, Firefox, Chrome, Opera, Safari, and then I have a reset button, and then I have a submit button. Now let us see how exactly it is going to be shown. So let me open this file, HTML5 new elements with Chrome browser. So when we open this, now it is going to show you all the HTML input elements. Now suppose say if I don't enter first name and register, then immediately it will say please fill out this field. Why? Because I mentioned this as a required attribute. So directly when you move out this, please fill out this field, it will come. But if some of them are not mandatory, so it is not showing. You see, website I did not mention it as a required, so it is not showing to fill it out. But when you are moving it out, all these fields are mandatory, so that your browser knows what is the thing you need to give. Okay. Now here I am saying first name as first name, and last name I'm just giving it as a last name, and username and password as password. And let us say mobile number, I'm just going to enter it as a number, telephone. So I'm entering as a first name, last name, username, password, and then the mobile number, and the email ID. Suppose if I enter something and then click on register, then here it gives an error saying that please include an @ in the email address, which is missing. So it performs you the basic operation. So if I say @gmail.com, then click on register, because I made date of birth as a mandatory. When I click on this, by default it opens your calendar. So I can directly select the date, whatever I want to enter. So and then I can have the date or month as a increment or decrement I can do by one step. So now here select favorite color, clicking on that it will come. Now you can select any color, then the color will be displayed here, and then the price is a range, which is a step value, and then it is your responsibility to print it as an output value, whatever the range you have mentioned. Let us say I just click on okay, which I did not make it mandatory. So the website is a URL. Now what I do is, suppose if I enter something and then click on register, it will say please enter a URL. So it always performs the validation http://www.google.com. Then only it will give you, and then the browser that whatever you want to select, and then click on register, so it will come. So the new HTML5 elements are very essential. And then one more thing you'll have is a placeholder, which we forgot to add. Now let us say here you want to enter the placeholder. Now we have placeholder is equals to some name, that whatever you want to, first name. Okay. Now let us say for username, if you have a specific to have numbers and characters, now you can have user 111 or something like. Okay, now when you mention this as a placeholder, then it is by default is going to give you like this. So when you click on this, now when you enter, that will be removed. So it gives an idea what kind of a data you can expect. So it really reduces a lot of validation rules, and then the user will understand this is what the appropriate value I need to enter. So placeholders give you what exactly the input you are expecting from a user. So that is how the HTML5 is introduced new elements. In this session, we'll discuss about how to work with multimedia using HTML5, the latest version of HTML. So the objective of this session is, first we'll try to understand what is HTML multimedia, and then how HTML supports different kinds of multimedia elements. So as part of this discussion, we'll discuss about how to work with video elements using HTML5, how to work with audio elements using HTML5, and then how to work and then play YouTube videos by using HTML5. So what is multimedia content is usually most of the users are not happy by reading a lot of textual content. So in order to have a better user experience, it is always will essential for us to show some kind of video content and some kind of audio content and some kind of animations, music, etc. So multimedia on the web is a combination of all this, like audio, music, videos, and movies and animations. So web page often contain multimedia elements of different types and formats. If you see in video, we have lots of video formats. In audio, we'll have a lot of audio formats. All these audio formats and then video formats, it is very essential to understand what kind of a format that HTML document supports based on the browser specific configuration. So HTML5 multimedia is completely different from the previous versions of HTML. It promises an easier future for multimedia with simple coding declarations. So multimedia files also have their own formats of different extensions like .swf or .mp3, .mp4, .wav files, .wmv, and then .avi. And these are the different extensions of the multimedia, especially some of them contains video formats, some of them contains audio formats. So how we'll work with video elements is, prior to HTML5, every video content used to have a support of Flash. So if your browser doesn't have a Flash plugin which is configured, so the browser could not able to render video formats properly. So to overcome this, because of increasing demand of video content in web applications, so HTML5 standard shows a predefined way of showing videos on your web pages. So without much hassle or dependent on flashes, so you can directly use HTML5 videos without using external Flash plugin. To use that, we use a tag called video. It's a simple tag which specifies a standard way to embed your video content to your HTML page. So what are the multimedia files will be supported for video is, so it may be supported MP4, which is the standard video format, and we can also have .avi, we can also have .wav. So all these formats, and we can also have WMV format. So all these formats are supported by HTML5 video tag, but there are certain restrictions on the browser specific side, so that when you're using a browser to render the page, some of the browser supports only a specific format. So when you're using video content in your HTML document, it is very essential for you to think both in development perspective and as well as in browser specific perspective. So if your content is accessed only by using specific browsers which supports that format, then you have to use those formats only of video to render in web pages properly. So we'll see how this video tag will work. Is video tag will have certain attributes, like we have controls. The control attribute shows like when you're showing a video file, there are some built-in controls will be provided by HTML5, and if you mention that control attribute, maybe you can assign true or false value to it, or you can directly use an attribute without any value. So if you say controls by default will give you the video player controls, like you have pause, play, forward, backward and full screen. These kind of controls by default will come, and it is having two more attributes. One is width and then second one is height. It is always recommended to specify width and then height of your video, otherwise rendering that video into your web page will be always difficult. So the width and then height should be in terms of pixels, that is 320 and then 240 that we have given in this example. But video attribute, video tag will have one child tag that is called source tag. So source is an important tag to identify where is the real location of your video. That is suppose in this example we have devstories.webm, and you also need to mention one more attribute called type. Type also used to specify what kind of type that this video format contains. It's always a format of your video. Now we'll mention the type of the format, like video slash and then the format like webm, and if it is mp4 we'll mention type is equal to video slash mp4. So it is always a good practice of using all different formats in a single source. It doesn't mean that these two sources are two different videos that will be played into your web page. It will play only one based on the location identified and based on the browser supported. Suppose if you are giving devstories.mp4, then it will take that and then will render. Suppose if the browsers supports only webm, then by default it loads webm and then will render. So it doesn't load two different videos here, only one with the appropriate format. And similarly we have HTML5 audio. Audio provides a standard way of playing audio files, and then before HTML5 and then audio files could be played only with built-in support of Flash. But now audio similar to video will have audio tag by using controls, and we have source tag, and source tag will have two attributes like source and then type. Type specifies what format of audio that you are using, audio slash ogg type or audio slash mpeg, and if the extension is .mp3. And you can also include a text that your browser does not support the audio element, because most of the browser doesn't render the audios properly. If the audio is not rendered properly, the text that what is shown inside these audio controls will be shown, audio tag will be shown into the web page. That is, your browser doesn't support the audio element, that kind of. So next thing is a very popular way of using YouTube. So when you want to show your video content, it's always difficult for us to understand what kind of formats that your web browser supports, and then you need to create different videos of different formats and mention them in your HTML code, and then we need to see, we need to test across all the browsers whether they are rendering properly or not. So in order to overcome all these difficulties, the best way is to play these videos via YouTube. The simple thing is like, simply you create an account in the YouTube and then you upload your videos into the YouTube, and then YouTube itself will take care about the responsibility of rendering what kind of format that you are giving. So what we do is generally we'll take the ID or the URL of the video that uploaded to YouTube, and then with this ID we can directly refer to video in the HTML code. So to use YouTube play videos, we use a tag called iframe. Iframe is a tag which is used to play YouTube videos, and then with the mention of height, width, and then the source is a very important attribute here, which specify what is the URL of the video that you embedded into YouTube. So the URL will look something like this: https www.youtube.com/embed/ and then the appropriate ID of the particular video. So let us see an example of how we create an HTML. So here I created a plain HTML page called HTML multimedia.html. Here what we do is we try to create one div, and inside this I'm going to say like the video player example. So what I do is here I'll take the video and here under this I'll have my source tag. So under source, I'm just going to give my file which I have in my this location.mp4, and we also need to mention what is the type of this format. Like I'm going to show you as a video slash mp4. Now I'm going to say it as an mp4 format. And similarly, as I told you, like if you have multiple formats of this, like say introduction dot org file, and then you're going to mention type is equals to video slash ogg, something like this. Suppose if your browser doesn't support, simply you're going to insert some text. Your browser does not support these formats, and you have to ensure that these formats of video should be available. So let us try to run this. So now here you see, if you do not mention any height and then width, it is going to occupy the whole space, which is not a good programming practice. And then we didn't even mention the controls and all. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to mention the control attributes. Now the control attributes, you can give a boolean value, true or false, or directly you can give it. And then I'm going to mention the width of this as a 500, and then the height of this as, or else I'll give this width as 600, and then the height as 500. So when you save this, now when you refresh, now your video is embedded with the proper controls. So if I click on that, your video will be played, and then you have all the controls, whether to allow it as a full screen, or you can escape this so that it will come. So you can pause it, you can play it anytime, and then you can fast forward it, and you can mute your audio, and then every control that you can work with. So by default it is going to come. And similarly, if you want to work with audio, that depends upon the browser. So what we are going to do is, I just copy pasted this. Now I'm going to say it as an audio example. Now instead of this video, I'm just going to say it as an audio, and we don't require this height and then width, or if you want to specify you can. And then the source I'm just giving as here I have a sample audio.mp3. so now I'm going to say sample audio.mp3, and then the format for this is we are going to change this to audio slash mp3. So now let us save me this, and then I'll come to this, and then I'll delete. So here I'll say it doesn't support these formats, something like. So now let us run this. So when you say the audio example has come, so when you click on this, the audio will directly play, or where we have a predefined controls. This is the way how you put your music files or something like with the proper controls. So now the third division I'm going to take now is to illustrate the YouTube plays, how you are going to play the YouTube videos, and YouTube video example. So here we don't use either audio or video. Oh, sorry, I didn't change this. That is what the intelligence of HTML. So even though these tags are not matched properly, that will show the content. And now here I'm going to say my iframe. So where it is going to give you your source. Now probably the source, here I have a video which I have uploaded to YouTube. So I'll copy paste this for our reference now. And then it is always important to mention what is the height and then width. Height I'm going to say is 500, and then width 600, exactly like the same. Now let us run this. So when I run this, so now it has loaded. When I click on that, now it is playing. So until and unless I click on this, it doesn't play. So you have all the controls inbuilt. Now if I click on this, so by default the full screen is not available until and unless you mention it to allow. So if you want to allow the full screen, simply what you do is, now you have allow full screen attribute, and then once you run this, then probably you can see that once I play, the controls will come, and then if I click on this, then it will allow you to the full screen. These were the controls. Suppose if you want, now when I reload this, in some situations I want this video to be autoplayed. If you want to do that autoplay, here you can append some kind of parameters called autoplay is equals to 1. If I say 0, by default the value is 0, so it is not autoplay. If you want it to be autoplayed, just refresh it, and then once the page is loaded, it automatically renders and then will autoplay. And similarly, if you don't want any controls with this, simply what you can do is you can say controls as an parameter. You can pass it to controls is equals to 0. So 0 indicates that we do not want any controls. So when you click on this, now controls will not be shown. So the only video will be played. So only you have pause and play, that's it, nothing else you can do. So that's how you're going to work with video. And YouTube videos are very easy way of embedding your content. So that is a way how you're going to work with YouTube. We are discussing about module 2 client-side technologies. We are discussing about working with HTML programming. So in this session, we'll discuss about a topic called HTML5 APIs. So what are the different features that are supported in HTML5 APIs? So the objective of this session is, first we'll understand what are the different SVG elements that we can draw by using HTML5's SVG element, especially the shapes like path, circle, rectangle, star images and all, which also provide some kind of animation. So we also discuss about drag and drop feature provided by HTML5, and we'll discuss about one of the very important topic in HTML5, that is local storage, with some kind of examples. So what is SVG is prior to HTML, drawing shapes were the biggest toughest one in web pages. So HTML5 simplifies this by providing support for SVG, which stands for scalable vector graphics. And earlier we used to have canvas kind of drawing the shapes, where there are a lot of advantages of using SVG over canvas, because canvas is pixel dependent, whereas SVG is completely pixel independent. And mostly canvas images, canvas shapes are 2D rendered, whereas SVG graphics are 3D rendered. So there are more useful features to draw the shapes by using SVG. Basically, it is used to define the graphics for the web, and SVG is a W3C recommendation, so it's obviously helpful to draw the shapes and all this stuff very easily. And to use SVG graphics, we use an element called SVG, which is introduced in HTML5. The SVG acts like a container for SVG graphics. So if you want to draw any box, a circle or a path, first you need to define a container which holds a particular shape, and then you need to use the appropriate tag for drawing it. So SVG have several methods for drawing paths, boxes, circles, rectangles, and then text and some other graphic images. So here is an example. We'll see like the SVG tag has to be mentioned what is the height and then what is the width of holding your particular image or the shape that you're trying to draw. So it basically defines the height and then width of the SVG container, and inside which will mention what kind of shape you're trying to draw. Example, suppose if you're trying to draw a circle, then we'll mention the appropriate attributes to draw a circle. Example, what is the radius, what is the x coordinate, what is the y coordinate, and then whether you want any stroke effect for a particular circle, and then if you want stroke effect, what kind of a color you want, and then what kind of a stroke width you want, or if you want to fill the circle with a color, what kind of a color you're looking for. So it provides a lot of attributes which can efficiently draw your circle using SVG. So similarly, we have a drag and drop facility. First, initially what we do is we'll try to write an example for working with SVG graphics. So here I have taken a simple HTML, so to provide API for graphics, and then we also see what is drag and drop, and we also see the local storage mechanism which will be provided by HTML5 in this example. So what I'm trying to do is, like, I'll take a div, under div I'll take a sub div of holding my graphics. So here I'm just taking an header of circle. What I want to do is, now I will write I'll draw a circle by using SVG. To draw this, what I do is so I'll now first take the SVG container by mentioning the width and then height. So I'm mentioning the width as 200 and then height as 200, so it's better to use double quotes for the attributes. So I'm taking 200 pixels, and then I'm also taking the height of this as 200 pixel, and then I'm just trying to close this SVG. So inside this, what I'll try to do is, now I define my container. Now I'm going to use my appropriate tag to define the circle. Now I'm using circle, wherein I'm using the x coordinate value with circle x, that is the value that I'm just taking now. I'm just defining it as 100 pixel coordinate, and then now cy has 100 pixel coordinate, and I need to define the radius as r attribute. Now I'm taking 60 pixels radius, and then if I want any stroke color, then I'm just defining, or first we'll fill the color. Fill is equals to, now suppose say I want it in yellow color, and the stroke I'm just giving it as green or something like, and I want to give the stroke width, stroke hyphen width, I'm just giving it as 4. So now let us see how it is going to run now, the HTML5 API. So now the circle example, if you see, the circle has been drawn, and it is filled with a color, and then it is also drawn by a stroke. So similarly, if you want to draw some kind of other elements, example rectangles or rounded rectangles kind of thing, suppose here I'm taking an example of rectangle. So here I'm just using more pixels for this, maybe 400 by 400, and then instead of this I'll use some rect. Now based on the attribute, the tag that what you're selecting, the attributes will change, and then we can also give these kind of styles like filling the color, stroke and all by using some style attribute. We'll see that in this example. So what I'm going to say is, now I'm going to say what is the kind of width that I'm looking for. Now I'll just say 400, and then the width of this is somewhere around 200 or something, and suppose if you want to make it as a square, the height and then width of this should be same. So I'm giving two heights, so height, so if you give width and then height value are same, then it represents it as a square. And now what I do is, now I'm going to write my style. So what kind of a stroke you require, what kind of a fill color you require. Suppose if you want to fill with some kind of RGB values, you can directly give like RGB of 0, 0, 255, red, green, blue. So now I'm just trying to fill it with a blue color, and similarly you can mention what is the stroke width, stroke color. Now stroke color I'm just going to give it as a black, or you can also mention it with any other color that you want to mention. And then now stroke width I'm going to mention like as 5. So now here I'm going to change this to rect. Now once you run this, now you're going to get a rectangle with a proper border of 4. And so similarly, if you want any other rounded rectangle kind of thing, so I'm just going to take the same example. Now rounded rectangle, so you can give some, you can set some kind of opacity also, but for rounded rectangle I want to take it with a different attribute values. So to take this as a different attribute values, first I'll take the x coordinate value of my rounded rectangle, and right coordinate value of my rectangle example. Suppose I'm taking it as 100, and then I just need the x and y coordinates. Now x is equal to 50 I'm just taking, and then y is equal to 20. So in between this the rectangle will be drawn now, and what I require is, I'm just mentioning the width and then height of my rectangle. So the width could be, I'm just setting it as 180 pixels, and the height I'm just setting it as 80 or something. So depending upon how much height and then width that you're looking for, I'm just setting it 100 and then 80. So now if you want to give any kind of style to this example, in the previous example how we have seen, now fill I'm just going to give it as RGB of different colors. I will give a different value now, and we can give the stroke as now I'm just going to give black, and stroke width, font width, I'm just going to give it as 5, and the opacity I'll set now. Opacity I'm just setting it as 0.5. So now let us run this to see how rounded rectangle will be drawn. So now it will be drawn like this. So the opacity which we have also set. So this is what how you can use SVG. You can draw different kind of shapes by changing the appropriate values and then appropriate tags for defining it. And then the second most important topic that we'll discuss as part of HTML5 is the drag and drop. So drag and drop is a part of HTML5 standard. What drag and drop allows you is, like, suppose you can drag a particular element from one location and then drag into a different location. So drag and drop, depending upon the requirement. Suppose if you want to design some kind of games where you can allow the user to drag one element to and then paste it here or drop it somewhere, so you can use this feature. So if you want to use this drag and drop on a particular element, so the element must be draggable. So not all elements will be draggable, mostly images and some other elements like buttons and all these are draggable. So to make an element drag by using drag and drop feature, first you need to do that element must be draggable in HTML5. So to make an element draggable, what we use is there is an attribute called draggable, and then we set the value to true. So let us take an example of understanding how this drag and drop feature will be implemented. So what I'm going to do is, now I'm taking a separate div here to understand my drag and drop feature. So for this, what I do is I'll take and then drag and drop feature definitely requires some kind of JavaScript coding. It is not by default. If you drag somewhere to somewhere, you need to also mention your browser, like what kind of a function it has to execute when you are making an element dragging from one location to another location. So it has to identify from which location you're taking the source data and then to the which destination you're putting the data. So when you're doing this operation, certain kind of functions are required. So that functions we cannot write by using HTML, we have to go for JavaScript. So even though we are quite new to JavaScript now, I'll just make you to write some simple functions to understand how drag and drop will be implemented. So once you're familiar with JavaScript functions, how you write JavaScript functions, it makes sense to you to clearly understand how these JavaScript functions are invoked whenever to use the drag and drop feature. Even if you want to work with local storage or session storage objects, definitely you have to write it by using JavaScript. There is no other approach. So that's where we are just trying to do. What exactly we'll try to do is, we'll take two divisions under this. So what I do is, in first division, I'll put some logo or an image. So I'm just giving an ID because we are just going to work on with some kind of coding by using JavaScript. So what I'll do is, so inside this div, I'll do one thing. I'll just put my image. So whatever the images I have, let us say here I have my logo image. So the logo.png, what I'll do is, I'll just give this logo.png as a source. Okay, and then you can also set your height and then width of this particular image. So what I'm doing is, I'll just set as 90 pixels of width and then height as a 30 pixels, because the original size may be different, so I want to fit it into within 90 by 30 pixel ratio. So now what is my intention is, I have one more division here. So my intention is, whenever I drag this element, the first image, that has to come and then sit here. So what I do is, I'll give my second division as division 2. So by using these IDs, I'll access these elements by using JavaScript, and then I will invoke certain functions. So first and foremost, what I need to do, I'm now dragging an image. So that what I need to do is, I need to use the draggable attribute, and then I need to set this value to true. This is what the first and foremost attribute that I need to set. So once you set the draggable to true, then you need to probably access this element also. So what I do is, now I'm going to set drag1 as an ID for this particular image, or you can set whatever the ID you want to. Now what are the two other things which are important is, when you're dragging this element from one location to another location, there are two functions will be invoked. That is, one is and drag over and second one is on drop. So first what I'm going to do is and drag over. So there are different events you can perform. Now I'm going to say on drag over. I'll ask my JavaScript function to invoke by the browser. Now the function that what I'm seeing is allow drop of. I'm just passing the event that whatever happens by the browser. And second function that I'm going to call when you're using on drop. So on drop, what I'm going to call a function called drop of event. Okay. And similarly, what I do is this is the two same methods will be invoked whenever you use dropping into this location. So what I do is I'll copy paste these two. So now what is my intention is I need to drag this and then I need to drop here. So for giving a better style, what I do is I will try to set some kind of styles for these two divisions that to clearly understand what kind of division element you're dragging with. So for this, don't worry about setting the styles. We'll discuss about cascading style sheets very in detail in coming sessions, but here I'm just going to set the styles by using the IDs of it. So what I do is first I'll set them to the left to clearly understand how it is going to happen. So I'm going to set the width of each division to 100 pixels and then each height of this to maybe 35 pixels or something, because my image is 30 pixels that what I have given. So it is always important to match these values, otherwise it doesn't go. So what I need is I want to set some margins of top, bottom, right, left as 10 pixels, and then I also need padding. I'm just setting it to 10 px, and what I need is I just want to set one border to clearly visible what division you are working. 1px solid black, I'm just setting it, or any color you can set it. So now first let us see how it looks like when I run this. Now let us say I have my logo. It is draggable, okay. Now but it is not dropping out here because I need to write my JavaScript function. You see, you are clearly able to drag your image, but you're not able to set this. So in order to do that, what we need to do is we have to obviously write some kind of JavaScript functions that we have mentioned. So to write your JavaScript functions, now above this I'm going to write my script. Inside the script of JavaScript, now I'm going to write my functions. Now the first and foremost function what we are invoking is allow drop. So the allow drop function which takes event as a parameter. So now what I'm going to do is, now on this event I'm just going to call prevent default. So I don't want to execute anything default in allow drop. So because allow drop itself is, it makes an element to drop the particular element. So what I do is, now I'm going to write one more function called drag. So which whenever you are dragging on a particular element, now this drag function will be invoked. Now in this drag function, what we are going to do is we are going to get what is the element that we are going to work, and that element we have a method called data transfer. So we are calling data transfer function of this particular event, and then we are going to call a method called data set data. So what I'm going to do now here, I'm just going to call it as a text, and now I need to select the target ID. Now I'm just saying it as a target.id. So I don't need to mention what is a target ID. By default it itself will identify based on the drag event. And second thing I'll have is a drop of EV. So now in this drop what I do is, so first I'll prevent the default behavior by calling event prevent default, and second thing what I do is, now I'm going to define a variable data is equal to event dot. Now I'll get the data that whatever we are transferring now, data transfer dot get data of text. So once we do this, then we are going to call the target dot append child. So we're going to call this function saying that on the target ID we're going to append this as a child element, of the element ID. The element itself, we are going to access it by using document.getElement by ID of the data that we are going to pass. So now once you run this, then probably your element will be drawn and then will be set. So now it's unable to set it properly though, but here this is what the target element that you're trying to store it. So this is the way that you're trying to execute of dragging an element and then dropping into the appropriate location. So the next very important topic that what we have is a local storage. Local storage, suppose in earlier prior to HTML5 local storage, cookies are the standard way of storing data in the client browser. Generally cookie used to support only a text kind of information, like a key value pair kind of information, and then that is used to send it to the browser. So every time the user request is sent to the server, the cookies also will send, and then cookies are very limited kind of data we can store by using cookies, and cookies data is not secured, because every user who can access the browser, you can see what is the cookie data is storing, and then you can delete all the cookies. You can based on setting the browser specific requirements. So cookies are not the standard way of storing the data, or means a secure way of storing the data. And if you want to store large amount of data that can be stored locally without affecting any website performance, then cookies are not the appropriate one. So to overcome that, HTML5 contains a concept called web storage. In that it is having two different functions. One is local storage and second one is a session storage. In local storage, what we do is any data you store to a local storage object that doesn't have any expiration date. So you can always access this local storage object without even noticing to the user, because user cannot do or cannot see this data inside the browser, so that we can securely access the data anytime. So even though the user closes this website or he closes the browser, the data which stores in local storage object will not be deleted. So that's why there is no expiration date. So we can create a local storage value with a name value pair, exactly like cookies. So what we can do is, like, we can set an element, we can get an element. In set element we have a key value pair, we can set a key and then the value. In get element, what we can do is now simply we can pass a key so that it gives you the data. So there is one more type of object that used to store the data only for a one session, that is called session storage. So if you want to store any specific data related to the session, you can store the data at the browser. So once the user closes the tab or the particular browser, then session data will be automatically removed by the browser. So depending upon your requirement, you can either store local storage or you can store session storage object. So that's how it will be working with the storage mechanism. So we have been discussing about clients and technologies in our module 2. We have done working with HTML5 in our previous sessions. Now we'll be working with CSS, that is cascading style sheets. So in this session, we'll discuss about what are the CSS basics, and then how CSS can be used to format your text to give a better look in HTML pages. So the objective of this session is, first we'll focus on what is exactly CSS and what are CSS selectors, and then how do you format text by using CSS, and then how you define borders, margins by using CSS, and then how do you define padding. So coming to CSS introduction, CSS stands for cascading style sheets. As we have seen HTML in our previous sessions, HTML purely focuses on marking up your data. Example, it has sufficient inbuilt tags to inform the browser what kind of data you are showing and then how you want to show. So there are some predefined styles associated for each and every tag that you are using, or the attributes that you are mentioning. Example, we have been working with images, we have worked with header tags, we work with paragraph tags. So for each one of the tag, there are some inbuilt styles are already applied. but those are not enough to give a greater look when you're developing rich web pages. With the modern web pages requirement, the user interface should be having great look and feel. So to do this kind of styles, HTML5 or HTML is not enough. So there is one more language has been introduced, that is called CSS, that is cascading style sheet. So every HTML element, if you want to apply certain kind of styles, there is a programming has been written inside CSS so that you can apply those kind of inbuilt CSS styles to each and every element of your HTML document, so that those styles will be applied by the web browser when it is loading a particular page. So we'll see how exactly the CSS can be written. CSS is a kind of script.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of a component in Angular? Option A, to handle server-side logic. Option B, to manage the application state. Option C, to define a view with its associated logic. Option D, to connect to databases. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master building web apps? Our Angular JS2 course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace right here. In this course, you'll dive into Angular JS2, a powerful tool for creating dynamic web apps. From setting up your project to advanced features, we've got it covered. Our course includes everything from the basics to advanced techniques, designed by experts who know Angular JS2 inside out. Your instructors are seasoned pros who are ready to guide you and answer your questions. And our students rave about it too. People just like you have found this course incredibly useful. The best part? It's very affordable, so you can get great training without spending a fortune. Ready to become an Angular JS2 expert? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website.
Language, and it doesn't use tag based programming. Rather, we have key value pair kind of values we need to set for each and every element that you want to do. Suppose if you want to set a particular color value, then color will have a key and then the value you need to set. So it is always group some key value pairs which are called as the style elements that you can apply for a particular HTML tag. So CSS generally can be used in 3 different locations when you're working with web pages. One is an individual element. You can apply style within the particular element by using an attribute called style. So HTML supports an attribute called style, and whatever you mention within the style will be applied as a style to that element. So that is what you call as a inline styling for all HTML elements. But using inline style elements, that particular styles will be applicable only to that element. Example, suppose in your web page you have lot of header tags, or you have a lot of h1 tags or a lot of h2 tags. So I don't want to display all h2 tags in the same style, but I want to display one h2 tag with a different style compared to other h2 tags. So in this situation, what I do is I apply inline elements, because that is only one element I want to apply to the style. Instead of writing the styles in an external document or somewhere else, I will write that element, the styles for the particular element within that element itself by using an attribute called style. So these styles will be applicable to that element whenever you load the particular page. So there is one more location where you can write CSS, that is internal CSS style. So internal CSS can be written inside a tag called style, that is under head tag. So if you want to write any style that is applicable only to that particular page, then you can write all the styles inside your head tag by using a tag called style. So whatever the styles you mention within the head tag or within the style tag, that will be applicable only to that particular page. So it cannot be reusable to other pages. So if you want to write other pages, then again you know to do copy paste. So in a whole web application, if you have multiple web pages, so we want to use styles reusability. So if you want to use that kind of thing, neither inline nor internal can be used. So at that time you have to go for the third approach, that is external styles. So what we can do is HTML allows you to write all these styles in an external file and then refer this external file into the HTML page. So whatever the HTML page you want to apply the styles, you can refer that CSS location in the HTML page, so that the styles will be by default applicable to the page. So the same CSS file can be applicable to multiple web pages in an application. So there may be a combination of these three can be used in a complex web page designing to have a better look and feel. And in some simple web applications where you have a group of pages, maybe 3 to 4 web pages, then probably you can use one single external CSS file, and all these CSS can be represented in each and every individual HTML file. So that is how the CSS can be used. There are 3 different locations you can apply. So now let us see how we are going to apply the style. So in order to apply a style, first you have to select an element. To which element you are going to apply the style. So in CSS, generally a selector defines what kind of element and then what kind of styles you are applying to. Example, if you see the syntaxes, the CSS syntax consists of a selector and then the declaration block. So the selector is nothing but the element to identify on which you are applying the styles, and then the set of styles we group them inside curly braces. So even you are applying a single property or single CSS style, you have to group that within Angular within these curly braces. So it's not like that if you want to apply only one, so you can say h1 color blue. No. So each and every CSS declaration has to be grouped within the curly braces. So as I told you, like it will be a kind of key value or a property value base. So where you have a property, CSS property, and then the corresponding value will define. So example, if you want to apply CSS for a h1 element, so simply we can say h1 and then I'm going to apply color blue and then font size is 12px. So what happens is all the h1 tags of this HTML page will be applied with the color blue and font size 12. So I don't need to define each and every time when I am using this h1 tag. Simply I'll define h1 tag as a selector and then I'll apply my styles with a predefined set of property values. So by default all h1s of the web page will be applied with these styles predefinedly. But how many ways we can select this element is, there are 3 ways we can select an element. The first element is element selector. By default what we can do is we can directly take the tag name or element name of HTML. Example, you want to apply the styles to P. So when you mention P refers to the paragraph tag in your HTML. So all the paragraph elements are applied with these styles, whatever you mention when you say element selector. So element selector is used to apply these CSS to all the elements within the web page. Example, here we are using P, text align center and color red. So when I say text align center, so all the paragraphs in the web page for the text will be aligned to center and the color will be set to red. So and then there is one more type of selector called ID selector. So with this ID selector you can apply the CSS to a specific HTML element which is identified by an attribute called ID. So that's why in our previous sessions, if you see, some of the elements we have defined by using ID. ID is a unique identifier of a particular element when you're working with scripting using JavaScript, or when you want to apply CSS to a unique element, then ID is the most preferable way of declaring an HTML, and with that ID you can access it. So to access element with an ID, we use hash as a prefix. So when you use hash para1, so we are mentioning that an element which is identified by para1 will be applicable with all these things. So if you have multiple elements with the same ID, so then what happens is these styles will be applicable to all the elements which are having this particular ID. So here we are using text align center and color red. So we have a class selector. So one more type of selector is class selector. What this will be do is the CSS will be applied to all the elements which are identified with the class attribute. So element can be identified by using 3. One is with the element name, second one is with element ID attribute, and third one is with element element class attribute. So the class attribute will be displaying class is equal so and so, and class will always have a prefix called dot, a period dot, a period center is a class, and before that we'll have a dot. So dot center always refers to the class name. So when we say text align center color red, so all the elements which are grouped under, which are having the attribute name called center, will be applicable with these styles. That is how the selectors can be used. Now we'll see the individual styles. Like if you want to do text formatting, which is the general requirement for every web page, so we never use the default text for which is provided by HTML. Rather we do our own style. So CSS font property is used to define different kinds of font family, what kind of font family you're going to use, or whether you want to use bold or you want to use italic or some kind of font styles, and then the font weight and font size, and then the style of a text. So generally there will be two types of font families. The first one is generic family. It's called serif or sans serif or monospace. These are the generic families, and the font families for this could be of Times New Roman, Georgia, Area, Verdana, Courier New, Lucida Consoles, and all these font families you'll have. So you can refer to these font families which are by default supported by HTML, and you can also download some of the fonts from the Google, and then you can put those fonts in your web page directory, and then you can refer to that custom fonts as well. So we'll see how we are going to apply this font family. Suppose example, if you want to apply to paragraph elements, we are mentioning color and then font family. So we are saying source, sans pro, sans serif, and font weight normal, or you can mention 100, 200, 300 with weight of a particular font, and font style maybe italic, bold, underline, or whatever you mention based on the style will be applicable. And font size is 18px. We can mention the size in either px or in em or in percentage basis. So here we have used px, so 18 pixels style will be applicable. And second common styles that we apply for elements are the borders and margins, because your whole HTML page is divided into a lot of divisions or a lot of sections. So it is very important to give certain kind of borders or margins for each and every division or the element you're working in the division. So CSS border property allows you to specify the border styles, width, and then the color of an element in the border. Example, if you use P paragraph, we are just mentioning border style, border width, border color. Border style is solid or dotted, dashed, or the different kinds of styles will be applicable. And then border width specifies how many pixels of width you need, 1px, 2px, 5px. And then border color, what kind of a color. The color can be given directly predefined value, or it can be given with the RGB function by passing the RGB values from 0 to 255, or you can also use hexadecimal code of color by using hash as a prefix. Hash, you'll have 6 digits of hexadecimal value, 2 for red, 2 for green, and 2 for blue. So you can get all these values if you Google it. So CSS margin properties allows you to generate space around the elements, and it also has the properties for margin for each side of an element. And all the margin properties you can specify in terms of length, maybe in terms of pixels or centimeters or EMs, or auto, the browser automatically calculates a margin and will apply. And percentile, and we can specify a margin in terms of percentage of the width of the containing element. Example, suppose if division is having 300 width, or 300 is the size of your division, then probably you can mention the percentage of the division, how much margin you want to apply. So inherit, specify the margin that should be inherited from its parent element. Example, suppose you have an image inside a division, and if the division is having certain margins, and if you want to inherit these margin to its tail elements, all of its tail element, simply you can mention the margin inherit or something like. So directly it is going to be. So padding is also property used to generate space around elements, and what padding does is padding clears an area around the content or inside the border of an element. So inside the border of element, you can define the padding, how much you require. Maybe you require only left padding or right padding or top padding or bottom padding, or all together in a single declaration. So here we can mention the padding in terms of length, in pixels and all, in percentage or in inherit. So now let us take an example and then try to apply how these CSS can be implemented. For this, what I've done is I've taken a simple HTML without any CSS. Here I have a site navigation menu where I have declared it as a unordered list, whereas a class I have given it as a navigation bar, and under this I have list elements, and each list will have a navigation, so I have defined an anchor tag for it. So if you see UL under for unordered list, LI is a child tag. For LI you have a anchor as a child tag. So when you're applying, it is very essential to understand how these inheritance relationship or how these parent child element access can be done. So as we have already known that there will be three types of selectors for the element. One is by using element name, second by using class, and third is by using ID. Here we didn't use any ID, but if you want to use, you can use a ID. So if you want to use an ID of this particular HTML H1, now simply I can give header 1. So by accessing this header 1, you can apply the style. So now as we discussed, style can be applied in three ways. First we'll see what is the output of this without any styles. So what I do is I'll just run this. So if you see, nothing is there now. Simple unordered list and then simple page. So what I do is, now let me first apply some kind of inline style. Inline style, now what I'm going to do is I have a style attribute. Now I'm going to define font size is equal to, I'm going to define it as a 30px, and I'm going to define the color of this as a red example. Now when I run this, now here it is changed. Now this is what inline element. So when you, if you want to see what is the styles that I have applied, generally in any web browser you have an inspect element. So when you're clicking on this, the styles that whatever you have applied have been already come here. Now here H1 is have a predefined font size is 2em. So what happened is this has taken from this. So 2em is already taken, and display black and font weight as a bold. This is what the predefined thing, and then the color which I have set. So if you want to change the color of this, probably what you can do is you can select whatever the color you want to, and then you can have a what do you say, you can have a preview here. So once you have a preview, probably you can apply that particular thing in your code, and then you can do this. Now suppose say here I have this value, so I can see this, and then I can paste it here as my color with hash as a prefix. And now once you save, now when you refresh, now that particular text color will be applied. So that is how the inline will style will be applicable. But we are not interested in inline. So what I do is I'll just delete this, and probably what I do is I'll write internal style. So if you want to do internal styles, inside head I can write my styles by using a tag called style tag. So now here let us say first I'll access my body element, because the body looks very plain. What I do is I will set my background color for my body, and then the text color also what I'm going to do. So now here I have background hyphen color. So now here I'm going to set some kind of color, like maybe any color that you select. In the previous example we had this. So now I want to give a kind of yellowish color to this, so probably this. So now I'll copy this, and I will paste it here. So this is what the background color that I want to give for my whole web body. So once I save this, so let me run this. Now you see the color has been applied. So this is how you access the element selector, and then this is how you group your CSS. So what are the other things that I need is, now I want to change the color of my text. Here you don't have text color or something, directly you give color that will be applicable to all the text that whatever you use. Now let us say for better visibility, I will now just apply the purple color. Now once you run this, you'll get to know that whole text is moved into purple color, or very close to the value that what we have set. Okay, now I just want to set my font family also, because I don't want to use the default font. So now you can give, as we discussed, we have different font families. Now I'm going to set Georgia and Times New Roman. and I'm going to set it as a times and sans serif. So times sans serif generic family, I'm just going to say it and just save it and then try to see. Now the whole page is applied with the style. So what I do is, for only the header part, I'm just going to change this style. So I'm changing h1. Now for only this header one, that my first style page, now I'm going to apply a different font family. So font family, here I'm going to use Helvetica New or Helvetica. So here I'm going to apply Geneva style with Arial and sans serif. There is one more font family, sans regular I'll use, and then here I'm going to use sans serif. So once you save this, now only this particular h1 is now changed with. So you can check whenever you want to inspect your header tag, so you can directly inspect your header tag to apply. So you can also check whether how these styles will be implemented. So if you do not want to apply, just click on this so the style will change. So now this is how I want to apply. So what is the other thing that I want to do is, now I want to change my navigation bar, which I grouped by using a class called navigation bar. So how we are going to access this is, usually if you have multiple classes in different elements, usually if you want to access that, we use ul.navbar. So this is the unique way of accessing a class based on the element. UI.navbar always will access the elements navbar. So here what I'm going to do is, now I want to define this navigation bar to the left. So for this, what I'm going to do is, now I'm going to define this as a position as absolute. So what this position absolute will do is, I want to have my navigation bar as a fixed element. So irrespective of whatever the content you add previously, that is not going to change my navigation bar position. So I'm just saying position absolute. So you have one more attribute value, position relative, that will change relatively to the content that what you change, maybe its parent elements or its child elements. Based on that, the position will be relatively changed. Now what I want is, I want to give a fixed position for this. Now the top, I'm just going to give it as a 2em. Now generally the space will be calculated in pixels and then in points and in em. Generally 1 em is equals to 16 px. So you can either set in terms of pixels or in terms of em values as well. So now I'm going to see top left, and then the left value I'm setting as em, and bottom, these were the two positions I have given, top 2em and then the left. From there, whatever the size of your navigation bar will happen, so that it will fix there itself. So what I need is, I just want to set what is the width of my so I'm just setting around 9 em for the width of my navigation bar. And what I'm going to do is, for this I'm just going to say the padding is 0 initially, and then margin also I don't want any margin. So now let us see how exactly it looks like. So when you're running this, so now you see it is completely fixed here, but if you see, the other text also collided with the navigation bar. Why? Because I've made this fix. So whatever the text will come, it will come here. So I want to move my body apart from this. So what I do is, for doing that, I just want to set some kind of padding for this body to give a space for my navigation bar. I'm just taking my padding left, because the width of mine is 9 em, which I have given for my navigation bar. So I'm giving 11 em values, so that the padding left 11 will move my page to here, so that there is enough space for my navigation bar. So but this is what the default style that the navigation bar contains. So what I want is, I just want to remove this default styling. So to do the default styling, what I do is, I want to do these changes for my navigation bar list elements. So what I do is, I'm just going to access my list by using this. Now what I want is, first of all, I want to remove my what I say is like the styling of the navigation or the list type. What I do is, now within this margin what I do is, now I'll say list style, I will say to none. So when I say list style none, so what happens is, what is the default style the bullets will come, that will be removed. So only the navigations, because we mentioned it as a navigation, the navigation by default comes with a underscore, and then by default it will be displayed in a blue color font. So if you want to change that, so what generally we can do is, now first I'll try to change the navigation links, liul dot navbar navigation bar, and then in this navigation bar I have my anchor links. So what I do is, my anchor links, I don't want any text decoration, so there's no underline is required for me. So now underline is removed. So what is the other thing I have is, first I will configure my list. Now what I do is, for this list I'm now going to set my background color. So what I do is, I'll just change my background color to white or any other color in order to simply assign. So I'll just set my margin. Now margins I'm just setting to 0.5 em, and with 0. What is this values is, the margin here, when I say 0, in all four directions the margin will be 0: top, bottom, right, bottom, top, right, bottom, left. That is how the margins will be calculated. But when we say the 0.5 em, both top and bottom there will be some margins, and for left and right there is no margins. And similarly I want to set the padding for each and every element with a 0.3 em. So now the padding is set for each and every element of this one. Okay, now what I do is, now I'll set one border as 1px solid blue, to clearly understand how it is going to apply. So when you're changing this, now you see the background for each and every element is applied with a background color, but this border of whole this navigation link is looking awkward. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to set only the border right. So in border right, what I do is, instead of 1px I just give like 1 em of 16px, and then I'm going to do solid blue or saddle block or any color you can give it. So once you save this, now it is going to give you border right is not applied, 1 em solid block. Okay, so let us inspect this. Now here border right is not applicable here, as it's not taking it. Okay, now what I do is, now I'll just give it as only border 1 pm solid block. So now the border will be set it like this, 1px. Maybe it is not allowing to take that. Okay, so now the other thing that what I want to do is, now whenever the list the color of this particular link, now I want to change the navigation part of hyperlinks, the color that I want to set it to blue or red or whatever. Now let me say, now the color has been changed to red, and similarly you can also change the color when it is visited and all the stuff like that. Now what I want to do is, now I want to separate this address tag which I have given. So for applying some styles to this address, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to take the element selector. Now what I do is, now I want to give some margin for this element as top with some 5px or 10px or whatever you can give, or if you want to give more space, like I'm just giving 10px, and what I do is, like I'm giving padding top also, like 10px, and now I'm going to define one border top to in order to separate this address from that. So I'm just giving some thin dotted kind of border. So now a thin border kind of a dotted line has come. So this is what shows a basic way of applying styles to your HTML page. So depending upon the element how you want to change your styles, you can directly change it with the help of CSS. In the previous session we discussed about how to style HTML elements by using CSS styles. We have seen three ways of styling an HTML element, using inline and then using internal and then using external style sheet. So in this session we'll discuss about CSS3, which is the latest standard in cascading style sheet. CSS3 is become a standard of applying styles, which cannot be possible by using the basic CSS styles. So in CSS basics we have seen how to basically apply a style for an element by using property value with the help of CSS syntax. Like we select the element and then we group all the property values by grouping in curly braces, and then all these styles will be applicable. So but there is an increasing demand for applying more kind of styles to an element apart from only applying background colors and other paddings, margins, etc. So there are a lot of other demands which were used to do by using JavaScript to eliminate that a kind of animation effect, or to use different kinds of stylings. So CSS3 has provide a lot of inbuilt functionalities for applying styles to the elements effectively. So the objective of this session is we'll see what are the CSS3 elements and basically what are the CSS3 basics, how do you apply CSS3 styles, and then we'll also see 2D and then 3D transformations. We'll see CSS3 animations followed by assessments and assignments. So CSS3 is the latest standard for cascading style sheets, and it has been split into several modules. So first selectors, we'll have box modules, and then we also apply backgrounds and borders. There are a lot of ways you can set your backgrounds. Earlier we used to set only background colors, and now background images we can set by using different approaches of setting these background images, and we can apply the borders with different radius values, and we can use background image and as well as the radius to define the borders in an efficient way. And we can also use some kind of test effects. We can apply 2D and 3D transformations, we can do animations, we can do multiple column layout and user interface. So in this session we'll focus on basic things which we'll use in general of applying CSS styles by using CSS3. So when you're talking about applying borders for an element, generally we used to do what is the border color and what is the thickness of the border that you're going to apply for your element. But in CSS3 you can use rounded corners, which gives an efficient look for any element if you use this border radius property. So border radius, by using this we can set radius to all four blocks of an element, maybe top, left, right, bottom. So you can set different values. You can give a single value to apply all four corners, or you can use two values which will be applied top, bottom, and then left, right approach, or you can use three, or you can use 4. So these are the different values that you can set based on that border radius will be applicable. So there is one more property called border image. So you can use image as a border also. So earlier we used to use images only for backgrounds. Now for borders also we can use images with CSS3 border image property. But when you're using this, CSS3 will have some kind of version limitations on the web browsers that you're working with. So if you want to work with lower versions of Safari and Opera, the declarations will be different, and then the normal declarations will be different. So by default all CSS3 will be applicable more in latest modern browsers of Internet Explorer or Google Chrome. But when you're deploying your applications in our older browsers, then probably you need to change certain kind of syntax. So if you want to set this border image, usually for Safari of 3.1 to 5 different versions, we use hyphen webkit border image, and then where we set the URL of the image which you want to set as a back border, and then we see what is the border radius and then what is the type that round we are setting it. So if you're using Opera, so then the syntax will be -o border image. For normal WebKit browsers like Google Chrome, we don't need any prefix. Directly we can use border image property with URL with the value and then with the property called round. So second, we'll see CSS3 supports 2D and 3D transformations for your element. So the CSS3 transforms allows you to translate, rotate, scale and skew elements. A transformation is called as an effect that lets an element change its shape, size and then the position. Example, suppose if you use translate method, it moves element from its current position to the values that whatever you keep. So by default, when you declare an element in somewhere, and if you use translate method, when the page loads, that element will be moved to the specified location or to the current position whatever you mentioned within the translate method. And similarly, if you want to rotate an element clockwise or anti-clockwise depending upon the given degree, maybe -45 degrees, 45 degrees, so based on that the rotation of the particular element will happen. Scale always increases or decreases the size of an element, and similarly skew x skews an element along the x-axis by a given angle, or skew y skews an element along the y-axis by a given angle. So when you say matrix x, it combines all the 2D transformation into one, like it applies translate, rotate, scale, skew x, skew y, all these methods of animation into a single method. So the third thing that we can apply is a CSS3 animation. So these are very powerful CSS3 animations, allows you to animate most of HTML elements without using any JavaScript or Flash. So an animation lets an element gradually change from one style to another. Maybe you are changing a gradient effect from one effect to another effect over a period of time, or you want to move one element from one place to another element over a period of time. So all these you can define by using animation. So first, in order to apply some kind of animation, first you must specify the animation name. So to declare an animation, we use a tag called @keyframes. @keyframes is a kind of keyword which is used to define the animation name. So @keyframes followed by the name, and then here we are just going to apply 0% if it is, then background color should be red, left margin, right margin, or something like. So 25% of animation should be this, 50% of animation should affect this, 75% of the animation should affect this, and 100% of the animation when it reaches to 100% of the animation, then this CSS will be applicable. So this is the way of declaring a custom animation, and then to which element you want to apply this animation, we can directly apply it. So let us take an example of how we are going to apply this animation. Here I have taken an example of all these border elements to all the 2D or 3D transformations, including the animation. Suppose here we are using border radius element. So suppose if I use division ID is equal to border. So now I have taken a simple division which doesn't have anything. So I want to apply some kind of CSS here. So I have taken division border identified by the ID, and what I'm trying to give is I have set the background color to some color, and then I have given some padding and then width, and then I have set the height. So width and then height of this is 200 and then 150 px, and padding I have given as a 20 px. I have given certain background color for this, and now I have set border radius, which I have given two values, 15 and then 50 px, or you can set 5 values also. The values are set like this: the top, right, suppose I give 20 px, left I'm just giving only 5 px, sorry, bottom, and then the left I'm just giving it as a 30 px. So now once you set this values, now let us see how it is going to set the border radius for this particular division. So I want to run this. When I run this, now you see we have set the different values for each and every corner. So based on that, it is set. Here it is 30, here it is somewhere 20, here it is 15, here it is 5 or something like. So each and every corner you can set. So suppose if you want to give a single border radius for this, maybe I have given 40 px as a border radius. It will be applicable to all four corners of the border. So if you want to give 40 px and then I'm just going to give 10 px, then for top and bottom 40 px will be applicable, and then for left and right this will be applicable. So when you run this, now it is going to look like this. So top and then the top left and then the bottom right. So this is how the CSS border radius will be applicable. And translate method, what does it do is, as we discussed, it moves an element from the current position to the desired pixels or whatever we have given. Now for that I have taken a division ID with the translate. Now here the translate, what I have is, I have the width and then height of this as 300 px and then 100 px, and background color I have given a yellow, and then border color I have given 1 px solid black. Now here I have used for Microsoft IE9, so I have used MS Transform Translate, or the normal way of applying this translate method is by using transform is a property, and then the function I'm using translate x value by 50 px and y value will be 10 px. So this is what the standard syntax of moving it. So what happens is, the output that whatever you use, generally it is translated by 50 px and n px like this in this direction. So suppose if I want to change this to 100 px, so the y value will be changed or somewhere. So let me save this as 100 px, and now see this. Now here 50 and then 100, 50 from x and then 100 from y. So x and y, based on this, it is located here. That is what the translate method, what does it do. So for our convenience, I'm just removing it back to 10 px. And the rotate function, generally I have taken two different divisions for demonstrating. One is a normal, this is a normal division which I have applied. So position as relative, and then width is 300 pixels, and height is 100 px, and background color yellow, and then border is 1 px solid black. But when I say rotate, here I'm using transform. So same 300 and then 100 px I have given, and then the background color I have given yellow, border also I have given 1 px solid black. But here I have used transform property by using the rotate functionality. Here I have given 20 degree. So when I say 20 degree, in the clockwise, it is rotated with the 20 degrees clockwise. Suppose if I use minus 20, 20 degree, then it's going to rotate it anti-clockwise. So that is how you're going to rotate your element. So you can rotate any angle that you want to rotate. So 90 degrees it does rotate. So like this, you can rotate your elements to the desired degree in a clockwise. So positive value will rotate in clockwise, and negative value will rotate you in anti-clockwise. And similarly, we have scale. The scale, the div is going to scale in both x and y direction, what are the values that you have given. Now scale, what I have given is, the width is 200 px and the height is 100 px, but which I want to grow it to scale 2 or 3. So 2 times of x value, 3 times of y value. So almost 400 px by 300 px it is going to have. So if you see 400 by 300, it has grown. So but the actual size is only 100 and then 100, but it has 200 and then 100, but it has scaled to 2 times of x value, 3 times of y value. So that is what the scale functionality. And then for animation, we'll see. Now here I have a division. For the division, we are going to apply some kind of animation. First, the standard syntax of declaring an animation for Safari 4.0 to 8.0 versions, we have used @-webkit keyframes example. But for the normal syntax, we use @keyframes, and example is animation name, and from to, and from I'm saying background color red to background color yellow. That is what the values will have. Or if you can say 0% animation, then what value, 25% what value, 30% what value. So like you can give different values to apply the animation effect for this. So in order to apply this animation for this particular division, what I have done is, so there are two properties we need to set. One is animation name and second one is animation duration. So the animation name we have to set with the keyframe, so that what are the value you have given, and then the animation duration is how many seconds that you want this animation effect to take into. So by default the background color of this is red, but what I want is from red it is now has to perform the animation to yellow. So now when you run this, now if you can see from red, now it is transforming to yellow, and once animation of 4 seconds is over, now it is reset to its original position. That is how animation effects will take into. So this is what the powerful CSS3 animations, and you can play around with a lot kind of animation effects by applying these CSS. So we are discussing about client-side technologies in our module 2, wherein we finished off discussing about HTML5, CSS3, and then how to design basic web pages, and then how to style your web pages by using both the combination of HTML and then CSS. So in these sessions we'll discuss about one more important client-side technologies, that is JavaScript. So JavaScript is a very powerful programming language which is intended to use for developing dynamic web pages. So we have a very clear understanding of working with static web pages and dynamic web pages. So there is always a confusion comes how JavaScript is used in developing web pages, that to be developing dynamic content. So to clearly understand the difference between the dynamic web page or the dynamic content in a web page is, suppose when you're accessing Gmail account, or you're accessing your Gmail account, and when you log into the Gmail, the whole page displays your own data. That is what you call as a dynamic content or dynamic data, that is user specific data. So each user will see his own kind of specific information. So those kind of pages are dynamically built by using some kind of server-side technologies along with HTML and CSS. But what exactly JavaScript does is, JavaScript is used to do a lot of operations on your web page. So the objective of this session is, first we understand what is JavaScript, and then how JavaScript is fit in client-side technologies, or what are the operations we can do by using JavaScript. So as part of understanding JavaScript, we see what are the basics of JavaScript, of how you declare the variables, how you work with the data types, and then how you work with functions, etc. So to talk about JavaScript, JavaScript is a very lightweight object-based interpreted programming language. So meaning so far we are discussing HTML and CSS. Both languages like HTML and CSS, they both are interpreted programming languages. So when you design your web page, with the help of browser, we interpret the code and then we show the data in a form of web page. So to style that, we use CSS. So HTML and CSS along together will be used for designing and styling your web page. And similarly, there are a lot of operations or dynamic operations we have to do in a web page to show some content to the user. Example, suppose in your web page you want to show what is the current data. So to access the system's current data and show it to the user, you definitely need to write some kind of programs. So there is a programming language required in order to do these operations. We cannot do it by using either HTML or CSS, because HTML do not have any specific tag to get these kind of information. And similarly, HTML we discussed, like we have a lot of form data, but that form data allows form elements that allows user to enter the data, but we never check whether it is according to the business requirements or not. Example, suppose when you have a input text to enter the username, so the username requirements will change from business to business. Suppose some of them will allow only the alphabet, some of them will allow alphanumerics, and some of them may allow some special symbols, etc. So in order to validate this data, we don't need to write all these operations at the server side. There should be a programming language which should do all these operations effectively at client side, so that a lot of burden on the server will be reduced. So there should be a programming language required at client side to do some more dynamic operations along with HTML and CSS. That's where your JavaScript will fit into. So JavaScript is a kind of programming language, something like your C# or Java or PHP. So it is an object-based programming language. So there are different types of programming languages. Like if you talk about Java, Java is an object-oriented programming language, but here it is object-based programming language. So it doesn't completely support all the features of object-oriented programming language, like inheritance, polymorphism and all, but basically it deals with some kind of objects. So it allows you to create some kind of objects, maybe some JSON data or arrays or some kind of user classes we can define, and then we can create the object. But wherein you cannot have all the object oriented programming features, like exactly like how you work with Java. So JavaScript is a object based programming language, not object oriented. There is a difference between object based and object oriented. So it is very lightweight. So whole JavaScript is easily invoked, and if you write the code like exactly in Java, how do you write the similar kind of coding you can do by using JavaScript. It is a very lightweight, so it doesn't take much time by the browser to execute. So one more important point about JavaScript is cross-platform and cross-browser. So all the browsers understands JavaScript and then will execute the operations in the same way. So the basic usage of JavaScript, so we are not talking about what the major operations we can do by using JavaScript, but our context is how efficiently we can use JavaScript along with HTML and CSS for developing interactive and rich web pages. So whereas JavaScript is an efficient programming language, if you use along with HTML and CSS to create interactive and rich web pages. So what are the main operations that we use JavaScript is? Mostly JavaScript were used for client-side form validations. Earlier, before the existence of HTML5, so it was very difficult to validate the client's form data. So to do that, JavaScript exactly fits in, because you have a lot of functionalities to access all the elements data within the browser that what the user enters, and we can manipulate the data. During that manipulations, we can validate whether the user entered data is according to the requirement of the business or not. So but HTML5 by default contains some inbuilt validations like required, pattern, which we have already seen. So mainly right now, so JavaScript is not meant for client-side form validations, because we have been using a lot of other JavaScript frameworks which efficiently deal with client-side form validations. But yes, JavaScript also can be used for client-side form validations. And suppose in some situations, example, if you see, there will be some dynamic drop down menus. Example, when a user fills a form, let us say the first field that he has to use is select country, and then second input element will have a select state. So by default, when the page loads, we just load only select country. We never load select state. Why? Because the state data should dynamically change upon the selecting of a country by the user. So in this situation, the drop down menu for select state should be dynamically generated when the user select a particular country. So to deal with dynamic drop down menus creation, JavaScript is efficiently dealt with. And then displaying date and time dynamically, and displaying pop-up windows and dialog boxes, which is the core efficient usage of JavaScript. So when user is interacting, so if something goes wrong, or if the pattern is not validated, or form data is not validated, or if you want to notify the user about some kind of event, maybe when he leaves the page or when he submits the data, and all these things we can efficiently display by using some pop-up windows. So you don't need to design those windows by scratch. JavaScript by default allows you to have a lot of dialog boxes and as well as input windows which are used efficiently in client side. And one more very important of JavaScript these days is to manipulate HTML elements dynamically. So JavaScript is having a document object which can access all the elements of your HTML page, and you can dynamically change the data, or you can manipulate the data, you can create other DOM elements. So there is a document object element model which we'll discuss in further sessions, but which is efficiently used to create dynamic web pages by using JavaScript. So it is not only used to dynamically change the data of an element, rather you can also create an element dynamically or delete an element dynamically. So all these operations we can do by using DOM manipulation. So JavaScript efficiently used for these kind of operations. Now this question comes like, how you write JavaScript? So JavaScript can be used inside a web page in several ways. The first and foremost thing is we write JavaScript inside the head tag. So if you want to include your JavaScript within the head tag, we have to use an HTML tag called script. The script is a predefined tag supported by HTML. So when your browser understands the script, it understands we are going to write some kind of script. So we also need to mention what kind of a script we are writing inside the script tag. That will be mentioned by using a type attribute. The type always refers to text/JavaScript. So your browser understands, okay, this particular script is a JavaScript, so it understands how to interpret this. And the second location where you can write your JavaScript is within the body. So within the body tag, again we use a script tag, and we use the JavaScript code which will embed inside the body. And if you have huge code to write, which is not a good programming practice to write inside head or inside body, because we want to separate the HTML code and the JavaScript code. So at this time you can write an external JavaScript code or the entire JavaScript code inside an external JavaScript file, and then you can refer that external JavaScript file in your HTML with a source attribute. So if you want to refer it to an external JavaScript file, instead of writing the DOL functions, so simply we use an attribute called source, and then we give the URL of the JavaScript file which you are referring to. So when your page is getting loaded, then your browser will go to that URL and then will pick up the whole code and then make it ready. So as a user interacts, or whenever the functions or any kind of programming has to be executed, your browser will execute the code from the external JavaScript. So there are three ways of writing a JavaScript. One is within head, one is within body, and third one is within the external JavaScript. So talking about JavaScript, like any other programming language, learning JavaScript also have several steps. That it supports different kind of data types. We need to understand what kind of a data types it supports, and how you declare those kind of data types by using variables. And it also supports all basic manipulations of using if-else statement, switch statement, for, while, do while, and break statement, continue statement. So the inspiration of JavaScript is from Java, so it supports the basic syntaxes of all your Java does. I'm not talking about object oriented programming stuff, the basic programming stuff, like how you deal with the data types, how you deal with the variables, and then how you deal with these conditional statements and iterative statements. So JavaScript also does all these things. So to create a variable, we know that variable is the name of the data location, or where you're going to store the data. So there are two types of variables will be supported. One is local variable and second one is global variable. So we are just limited to only the specific variables that you can create by using basic JavaScript programming, that how variables can be created. So if you talk about Java, then the perspective is different, like you have different class variables, local variables and all, but the coding of JavaScript is completely different from Java. So when you're writing code of JavaScript, you should be very much careful about the syntax of JavaScript. So Java coding syntax is different, JavaScript coding syntax is different. Now here we'll clearly understand what is a local variable and global variable. Global variable is nothing but any variable which is declared outside the functions of JavaScript. So inside the script tag, if you create any variable, it is called as a global variable. So global variable can be accessible throughout your JavaScript code in any function. And similarly, you can have a local variable. Local variable is created inside a block or a function, exactly like Java. And there may be some variable shadowing will happen, exactly like in Java how you have, like if you have a local variable and global variable, so which one with the same name, then which one will be accessed. So that depends upon the location where you are accessing. Suppose inside a function, if you have a local variable, then by default local variable is given preference, and then you will access only the local variable data. But if you do not have that local variable, by default you can access that global variable. So talk about data types. JavaScript supports two types of data. One is primitive and second one is reference type, that is object type. But JavaScript data types are limited. So you don't have very huge number of data types, but simple data types like any sequence of character, maybe a single character or a sequence of character, simply they are referred as a string type. So here string is not an object in Java, rather we call it as a string, but we can manipulate strings by invoking a lot of methods. So the data type of sequence of characters are represented as string, and any numeric value, maybe integer, maybe a real or whatever, so that are represented as a number type. And second, we have Boolean value to represent true or false. And we have one more value called undefined. Undefined refers like there is no definition for it. Suppose in Java, if you do not declare any variable and trying to access, you're going to get an error. Or in C or C++, you're going to get some garbage value. But in JavaScript, it gives that a value called undefined. Undefined is nothing but the variable is not defined with any value. So it doesn't give you any compilation error or the program is not going to run. Rather, it by default assign a value called undefined. Undefined means that no value is defined for the particular variable. And you can also define one more value type called null. These are not values, these are also types. So you can assign undefined as a value, but the type of undefined is undefined. And similarly, you can assign null as a value, but the type of null is null.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of interpolation in Angular? Option A, to define routing. Option B, to display component properties in the view. Option C, to handle form submissions. Option D, to create services. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master building web apps? Our Angular JS2 course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace right here. In this course, you'll dive into Angular JS2, a powerful tool for creating dynamic web apps. From setting up your project to advanced features, we've got it covered. Our course includes everything from the basics to advanced techniques, designed by experts who know Angular JS2 inside out. Your instructors are seasoned pros who are ready to guide you and answer your questions. And our students rave about it too. People just like you have found this course incredibly useful. The best part? It's very affordable, so you can get great training without spending a fortune. Ready to become an Angular JS2 expert? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website.
The type of null is an object. So there is certain kind of differences. So here we'll have null you can assign as a value, and similarly you have reference type, that is what you call as the object types. So in JavaScript you can define object instances, like you can create classes and then you can create objects as not classes directly. You can create objects by using new or some kind of object syntaxes. We'll declare how we are going to create objects in the next session, and we can work with arrays. We can also work with regular expressions. And third thing we'll have is a JavaScript functions. So before that, first let us see some kind of basic coding how the JavaScript can be written. So for that I have taken a simple HTML file where I have head and then I don't even have a body. So what I do is now I'll write a body section in this. So it's a plain HTML. Now I want to write some kind of script. So if you want to write your JavaScript, then inside head you can have a script tag. So or you can write your script inside the body. So what is the basic difference we'll discuss in a while, but here this section defines your JavaScript. So how exactly you can write is you can use single line comments and multiple line comments, but the single line comment will be used to / exactly like Java, and I'm write single line comments. And if you want to write multiple line comments similar to Java, you have forward slash and asterisk and then asterisk and forward slash. So here I can say that multiple comments or multi-line comments. So this is how you write. Those are ignored by the web browser when you're rendering your HTML page. So basically we start off declaring our variables. Now here in JavaScript, variables can be declared by using a var followed by the variable name. So here we are not going to specify what kind of a data type that your variable is going to have. So unlike in Java, if you are declaring an integer variable, we declare int and then the variable name. But here we don't need to mention what type of a variable that you're storing in a variable name. That is what you call as there's no meaning of no need of giving any type of the data that you're assigned. So these kind of programming languages are called untyped languages. So that itself will assign. Suppose when you are having say I'm going to have a student name. Now here I can directly assign the data, maybe a string or maybe a number. Now string can be represented in two ways. That can be embedded within the single quotes, or that can be embedded within the double quotes. Now I'm going to have let us say I'm going to write ZaranTech as a single quotes, or you can use double quotes to represent a string. So now here I'm not mentioning what kind of a data type that variable student name is going to have, but by default it clearly understands that it is a string type, and then we'll also declare. Similarly the numeric numbers, like to say I have age and I have marks, I'm going to create 544.5, and then a boolean data I'll try to declare is regular or something. So here I'm going to define the boolean data. The values for the boolean data is either true or false. So here you shouldn't use 0 and false here, 0 or 1 that are represented as a numeric data. Here we have a specific values for the boolean data, that is true or false. So now here we are not mentioning what kind of a data type it is going to have, but if you want to check what kind of a type that this variable is holding, so simply what you can do is you can write any kind of data. Suppose if you want to write some dynamic data by using JavaScript, simply I can write hello welcome to JavaScript. So now what happens is when you're running this this program, so this web page directly writes the data that whatever we have, right? So JavaScript is used to write some kind of dynamic content. You can also use your HTML tags inside this. Suppose if I want to say it as a h2 or a header tag, so you can write this, and then when you refresh it, it is going to have h2. So you can embed all your HTML tags to write dynamic content. So it is very efficient to write textual data or HTML content onto your browser dynamically. So I don't want to write this content. What I do is, now my intention is to check what kind of a data type that we are working with. So to do that, there is a keyword. Like any other programming languages, JavaScript is also having a lot of reserved words. In that we have a type of. Type of is used to check what kind of a type that the variable holds a data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write document.write and I'm going to say type of student name is plus, I can simply write type of is a keyword followed by the variable name. Suppose if I want to write student name, and it can clearly says what kind of a data type it is. Now the type of student name is string. So what I'll do is I'll separate this. So it's a string. Now similarly you can check all the other type of data that you're working with. So I'm going to say type of age, type of marks, and type of is regular. So now here I'll say age, marks, and is regular. So when you see this, okay, all of them are going to declare within the same line. So what I do is I need to write my break statement in each and every line that I want to append with. So when you say this, now type of student name is string, but if you see both age and marks are referred as numbers, they did not refer represented as a int or double kind of. So if you have only number one data type, is regular is referred as a boolean. And similarly, suppose I have a variable example undefined or something not defined, and I want to access this value. So let us see what is the type of is going to be. So not defined, it's going to be undefined. So when you run this, you're going to say undefined. So it is not giving any error, rather it is building the page. That is what you call as the interpreted language. So and you can also assign null, and then there is an equality between null and undefined. So what you can do is, now here we can say variable not equal to, now I'm assigning a null value. Now let us check. Now it will come as an object. So null type is an object in Java. So if you want to check the comparison between null and undefined, so now what I do is I want to check whether undefined is equals to null. So there is an interesting discussion about the equality, or when you're comparing two different data, there are two kinds of comparisons will happen. Only the value comparison, and second is value and type comparison. So the double equals always will check value comparison. Example, if I see undefined double equals to null, that is false. So when I say sorry, that is true, because the values of undefined and null, the values are same, but when you mention it to be a type, so then they are going to say that these three are two different types, then you're going to get it as a false. So when you use undefined null as a value, they both are represented as same by JavaScript, but when you check the type of them, undefined and null are two different data types. So at this point it is going to give you false. So this is what the basic comparison, and it is very important interview questions for JavaScript. What is the basic difference between double equals and triple equals? Triple equals always will check both type and then the value. So that is how the equality will be. And let us discuss about working with functions. So like how we are going to write functions. So functions in JavaScript can be written using a keyword called function, and then simply you can write functions. There is no return type of what kind of static or nothing. You'll have simply function followed by the name, and then here I am going to write something like document dot write hello, welcome to JavaScript, or something like. So now the interesting fact I'll tell you is this function will not be invoked until and unless you invoke the method. You see, we are not getting any output of this because we're not invoking this function. We just written a function. So how you're going to invoke a function? Usually functions will be invoked based on the user interactions. Example, when the user clicks a button or when the page loads or something. So here we have a attribute called onload. I'm going to call say hello. So I'm going to invoke this method when the page loads, and then let me rerun this. Now supposingly what happens is when the page loads, we are writing document.write. What document.write will do is it will clear whatever the content that you have written already, and then it is just going to write it stream based. So when you are invoking a method, there is a new stream will be created, and then with that new stream it is going to write the content. So whatever the content you have already written will be erased off. So that is what, but that if you want to append this data to this dynamically, we need to append by creating some kind of child elements or something. But if you use document.write, it is going to overwrite the data that whatever you have written previously. So like the other programming languages, the function can also access parameters. You can pass a number of parameters, but the declaration is very simple. Suppose here you are passing a name. So here I'm going to pass a single quote, and then I'm passing a string ZaranTech as a single quote. Now here I'm going to say it as a name. I don't want to mention what type of a data you are accessing even, and simply what I can do is here I can access my variable saying that name, and when you reload this, now it says hello ZaranTech, welcome to JavaScript. So this ZaranTech will be passed here as a variable. So it is untyped language, so you don't need to worry about what kind of data type you're passing and then what kind of data type that you're declared as part of function declaration. So the function can also return a data. Suppose if you want to return something, simply you can return name. So whenever you call this function, it is going to return you something. Or similarly, you can call another function. So inside one function, exactly like other things you'll have, by passing this, let us say I'm going to define one more function here, a function of another function of name. Now I'm going to write welcome back by passing this name as a parameter. So let us run this. Document.write welcome back of name. So this function, you see, it is case sensitive, so you should be very careful about writing the syntaxes, because JavaScript is an interpreted language. So we have written hello ZaranTech, welcome to JavaScript, and then welcome back ZaranTech. This is what the method invocations will have. And one more very important thing is JavaScript is case sensitive. Suppose if you declare anything like student name, they both are created in a different way. Like I'll say student. So now when you say the student name, the value is, I'm just going to access here student name, the global variable. Now you are going to get student. And similarly, if I say this as uppercase, then it is going to be ZaranTech. So it is completely case sensitive. You should be very careful about declaring functions and declaring variable names. This is the way how we are going to create functions. And like other programming languages, you can use all if-else statements. Suppose if name double equals to, say, ZaranTech, so then you can write document.write you are authorized, or something like. So you can always use if-else statements to write, you say now you say you are authorized, the if-else statement has been written. And similarly, you can use for statements, if-else statements, and anything for variable I is equal to 0, I less than or equal to 10, and then I plus plus. I'm going to say document dot write of I value is plus I. So you can use break statements, you can use condition statement. You see I value from 1 to 10 you got it printed. So same thing like how we are going to write the basics in Java, but same thing you can write in JavaScript, but sure you should make sure of writing the appropriate syntax using JavaScript. So there's an assignment given to you. Just try to write some code and then evaluate yourself. Like the assignment will be given to you, and there's an assessment questions, 5 assessment questions. Try to answer the correct answer, and key is given at the end. You can compare your answers with the key. In the previous session, we discussed about basics of JavaScript, how to work with JavaScript, and then how to include JavaScript in your HTML document, and working with the basic stuff of creating variables, or what are the different data types and all the other stuff. So in this session, we'll discuss some of the advanced topics of JavaScript, that is working with objects, arrays, strings, and then date. So the syntax of working with these 4 elements are completely different from the other programming languages. So JavaScript handles all these objects, arrays, strings, and dates in its own different fashion. So what exactly is an object? An object is an entity which is having a state and behavior. So JavaScript is an object-based programming language. Though it doesn't support the complete object-oriented programming features, it allows you to work with some kind of objects. So JavaScript is based on templates, not based on class. So we never use classes for creating objects here, but we can create the objects, we can create its own behavior and then its own state, and then we can invoke the state and behavior by using the references. So JavaScript supports three ways to create an object. The first way is by using an object literal, and second is by using new keyword, and third is by using constructor or a function constructor. So in object literal, any object if you want to create directly, we create it with a variable emp is equals to, and any object in JavaScript is represented within the curly braces. So anything that you write within the curly brace is represented as an object in Java when you assign this to a particular variable. And object can have its state and then its behavior. State is nothing but the properties of an object. So each property is going to have a value. So directly we are going to mention id is equals id colon 1 or 2. So here we are not declaring it as a specific variable type like variable id is equals to 102. So instead of that, we can directly create the property and then a value. So an object here is going to have property as a state, and directly you can assign it as a value, whether it is a string, whether it is a number, whether it is a boolean. So directly you can assign the property. So there is no redeclaration of data type is required. And if you want to access any of the property, we use the object reference. In this example, we use emp as a reference, and emp object is having three properties. One is id, second is name, and third is salary. As we discussed, like all the properties are separated by using commas, and the string can be declared by using single quotes or within the double quotes. To access each and every property, we use a reference. So in this case, emp is a reference for this object. Dot, we use a period operator for accessing the property, exactly like in Java, emp.id and emp.name, emp.salary. This is what the basic way and a simple way of creating an object literal. So the second way of creating an object is by using new keyword. So to create new keyword to object by using new keyword, we use variable object name is equal to new, and here we are going to use a constructor called object. So object is a constructor in this case, directly creates this as an object. So when you say variable emp is equal to new object, here we are just creating an object, but we are not assigning any properties. If you want to assign a properties, we assign the properties like emp.id, emp.name, emp.salary is equals to, and we assign the appropriate values. And same way, if you want to access, we use emp.id, emp.name, and emp.salary. The third way of creating an object is by using constructor. So constructor, here we are going to define a JavaScript function. So here function emp we created. So emp as a function, now it is going to act as a constructor for creating your emp object. So here emp, and we have three parameters for the emp function: id, name, salary. And here we simply using this dot id is equal to id, this dot name is equal to name, this dot salary is equal to salary. And here when an object is created by using this constructor, and by default when you say this dot id, there is a property will be created called id, and whatever the local variable id value you will give, and then that will be passed, and then that will be assigned to the object's property called id. So it's a very simple way of declaring an object. And when you are invoking this constructor, we use variable emp is equal to new emp of the appropriate values will pass. So it always will check whether is there any constructor function written for this object and the appropriate number of parameters, and these parameter values will be passed for this particular emp object. These three properties are created and values will be assigned. And same way how you access it, by using the reference name e.id, e.name, and then e.salary. Now let us see an example. We have been discussing about JavaScript as part of client-side technologies. In our previous sessions, we discussed about what are the basics of working with JavaScript, and then the advanced topics like working with objects, working with arrays, working with strings, and then dates. In this session, we'll discuss about a very important topic called event handling. That how JavaScript events event handling mechanism will handle the particular events which are raised by the browser. So the objective of this session is we'll use what are the predefined HTML events are available, and then how JavaScript is going to be used along with those events to perform our requirements. So what are HTML events is, Usually when you're displaying a web page to the user will interact to the page. There are a lot of interactive components or elements will be there. Example, there may be some buttons, or there may be some images, or there may be some forms. The user will fill the data, or the user can click the button. The best example, if you take, suppose you have a sign up form or a registration form, or a login form, where the user will enter a lot of input elements. Example, suppose he is entering his email ID and then password, and then clicking on button. There are a lot of operations he's doing. He's entering text in email, so and then from email he's going to password field, and from password field he's clicking on a button called login. So these are, every user interaction will be tracked by using an event by a browser. So some of the examples, suppose when the browser loads an HTML page, when it finished loading an HTML page, then it is as an event. Or when an input field was changed that I was talking about, then it is raised an event. And when an HTML button was clicked, then it will be raised as an event. So how you're going to handle these events is JavaScript allows you to execute some code when these events are detected by the browser. So there are some kind of event handler attributes that HTML supports, and even in HTML5 there are a lot of event handler attributes were added prior to the previous event handler attributes. So example, these event handlers can be given or can be initialized within the element as an attribute, and then each attribute is going to invoke a particular JavaScript function or going to initialize some variable. So when particular event occurred on an element, the function will be invoked, and then we are going to write our logic inside that function. So the most important common HTML events are like onload, as I told you, like when the browser finished loading the page, then it will raise it as an event of onload. And when an HTML element has been changed from one value to another value, example, suppose there are two values like male and then female, and then when the value of that particular checkbox, if the user is changing, then by default onChange event will be invoked. And if user clicks a particular button or an element, onClick operation will be invoked. And similarly, we use our mouse of interaction with the web pages. So you can track your mouse events also. When your mouse over an element, what you want to perform an operation, or if you want to perform when the mouse is out of an element, then you want to perform certain operation. So for all these, there are a lot of HTML event handler attributes which are available. So you get a huge list. You can simply declare that attribute and then invoke the appropriate function what you want to execute. That's how it will be declared, and then it will be handled. So let us see an example like how we are going to work with. So here I have taken a plain HTML code. Now first and foremost, what I do is, now I am going to say the onload attribute, event handler attribute. Now I'm going to invoke a method called page loaded. This is the function which I am invoking. The page gets loaded. So now here I'm going to write my function page loaded, and have no arguments. Now you can do whatever the operation you want to do when the page gets loaded. Now I want to confirm, show a confirmation message to the user. So there are several ways of writing the data. Now in our previous examples we have seen how to write the data by using document.write. So but that's not a good idea to write all confirmation messages. But JavaScript allows some kind of pop-up boxes which can efficiently display some kind of confirmation messages or alert messages to the user. So with a single function we can invoke those kind of pop-up boxes. One popular pop-up box is the alert box. So alert box can be invoked by using a function called alert, or it can be directly use window.alert. So here I'm just going to say page loaded. So now what happens is, the alert box generally is used to display some kind of alert messages or a kind of information messages to the user. So when this page gets loaded, now let us load this page and then refresh. So when you're seeing this, now page loaded message will be shown. So if you click on OK, then controller will come back to this page. So once page gets loaded, this event has occurred. So we'll see a lot of other event handlers as well. Let us say I just use a button to count how many number of times the user clicking a button. So here the button simply says just click me. So what I want to do is, when the user clicks this button, I want to perform certain operation. So to handle that event, we have a method called event attribute called on click. So here I just want to say click count or some method I want to invoke. So this will count how many number of times the user click this. So to do that, what I do is I'll just declare a global variable count is equal to 0. Now when the user clicks this, I'm going to invoke this function click count. Now I'm going to increment this count plus plus. Now I want to display the data to the user, or you can directly show alert message, but every time he has to click on OK. So instead of that, I want to show him onto the browser, so by writing the data dynamically. So if you want to write the data dynamically to an element, so what I do is here I'm taking a paragraph. So I want to write the content to this paragraph, but there's no empty data. So I want to give some ID to this paragraph called para1. Sorry, para1. Now I want to write this content to the para1. How I'm going to write is, so this is called document object manipulation. So what I'm trying to do is, so we'll discuss DOM manipulations in detail in other session, but here I'm just going to tell you how exactly you can access this element and how you're going to write the data. In document we have a method called get element by ID, and where I'm going to pass this para1. And if you want to write some HTML content to it, there is a property which you can write inner HTML is equals to, and now I'm going to write you have clicked this button. So now I'm going to write how many number of times. Here I will append my variable and then I'm going to say times. So this is a way how we are going to write the data. So let me reload the page. Now page loaded, and here I have a button. So if I click on that, then you're going to say you have clicked this button 1 times, and a number of times I'm clicking, the variable is incremented because it's a global variable. But if you create that variable as a local variable, every time you're going to get only 1. So that's the difference between local and global. So now what I want to do is, now I want to reset this count by using another button. So let us say here I'll have a reset of button. So you can use on click function also, but I don't want to reset it in a single click, but I want to do it in a double click. So I'm going to say reset count method. Now here I'm going to write this function reset count, and here I'm going to say count is equal to 0. Okay, now I'm just making this count as 0. So let me run this. Now page gets loaded, and then I just click me, then 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. Now if I say reset, I clicked it 1 time, then it doesn't going to invoke the reset functionality. And if I click on still, I'm going to get 5, 6, 7, 8. It is incrementing. So the function is not executed. The function will be executed whenever I do double click on this. So if I do double click, then that invoke function will happen. So whenever I click again, it starts from 1, 2, 3. So like these lot of events you can track. So like on the on click or double click or on page load, we'll see some of the anchor tag to invoke the mouse events. Let us say I'm just going to say index.html. So index. So for this anchor tag, I'm going to give 2 parameters. One is on mouse enter and on mouse leave. So now I'll say mouse enter function, and similarly I have on mouse leave. So now I'll say mouse leave function. So now I'm going to write these functions. Mouse enter. I'm going to say an alert message, mouse entered. Or you can apply a lot of styles also dynamically, but that's not a good programming practice. You can directly use it by using CSS when in the previous sessions which you have done. So now in this mouse leave, now I'm going to say a function mouse left. So now let us run this. So when I have it, page gets loaded, and then index mouse entered, and then click on mouse left, because mouse left, that operation also will come. So like this you can track each and every user interaction by using HTML events. There's a huge number of events which are available, and you can invoke the appropriate JavaScript function to write your own logic to handle those kind of events. In this session, we'll discuss about an important aspect in web application development, that is validating the form data. Usually, in most of the web applications, there's a common practice that the user will enter some information, maybe for login, maybe for sign up, or any other details that you want to capture from the user. We generally create some kind of forms, so that forms will allow the user to enter the data, and we have seen what kind of event handling that we can do in order to capture some of the information from the user. But validation is an important aspect that we need to check whether the user entered data is validated or really according to our business requirements or not. So all these things we can do by using JavaScript validations. Instead of doing this data at server side, which increases a lot of burden, we'll perform all these clients and validations with the help of JavaScript. So the objective of this session is we'll try to see what is a data validation, and then what are JavaScript form validation techniques that we use. And we also have some form validations which is inbuilt in HTML5 with some kind of examples. What do you mean by data validation is? Data validation is a process of ensuring that the user is entering clean and correct and useful information that is required as part of business requirement. So usually what happens whenever users submit a form by entering the data, all this data will go to the server. Server will capture the data and then will process the data according to its requirement, maybe writing into a file or storing into a database, and based on that it will perform certain operations. But it is very essential to check whether the data is validated according to our business requirements or not. So the data validation can be done in two places. One is at the client side, we can perform this validation, or at server side we can perform by validation. So when you are sending this data to server side without validating at client side, now there are some kind of server side scripts we'll write to validate this data whether it is appropriate according to the business rules or not. But if multiple users are using your website, are accessing your application, example, you take any banking application, some millions of users will access your bank application at a particular point of time. So they'll enter a lot of data, transactional data. So it is not a good practice to get the data at server side and validate the data, because then a lot of burden will be there on the server, and performance issues will come. So there's a better practice always to validate this data at client side. Even before sending the data to the server, we need to perform this client side validations. What are the typical validations task we'll have is, we'll check whether user has filled all the required fields or not, or whether the user entered a valid data or not. So, or the user entered is a text or a numeric field. So all these operations we can do at client side and ensure that the user enters appropriate data, then only will send this data to the server. So that server will take that appropriate data, and without any validations directly it will process the data, which increases a lot of performance. So in dynamic web applications, generally the user will send only by using form elements. So it is essential that we need to validate all these form elements before sending it to the server. So what are the general validations we have is, first we'll check whether it is an empty field or not, or whether the user entered the data or not. So if it does not enter, what is the minimum or maximum number of character limitations according to our business requirement, or are we checking it against a particular pattern? Example, suppose some of the applications will allow the username to be only alphabets, or some of the applications will allow the username to be alphanumeric. Some of them also support special characters. So we also need to check these three minimum validation process, like whether it is an empty or not, or minimum and maximum character validations, and as well as a pattern. So the example, in this example, if you see, we use form element, and inside that we have an input to enter the first name. So here the input text where we are giving it as a name is first name. So when you're seeing on submit, then we are going to invoke a function called validate form. So when the user is submitting by clicking on submit button, then an event will be triggered by the browser, that is on submit. In on submit, what we are doing, we are invoking a function called validate form. So in this validate form function, we access the form data and then each and every individual element of form will access that value, and then will properly validate the data. If any validation occurs, we'll just return the false, and then the request will not be even sent to the server, and then all the validation errors will be displayed to the clients. So let us just quickly check an example. Now here I have taken a simple sign up form which I've discussed as part of our HTML tutorials. Now first let me run this. So here I have my contact form, wherein I need to fill some fields, and then I need to enter. Now when I click on a register button or a sign up button, here what I'm doing is, here it is a submit type, and the value is register. When submit button is clicked, we know that there are two attributes will come into place. One is a method, how you are sending this data, and second one is the action that this data will be sent to the particular server resource. So in this situation, it is contact form servlet. Now let us see that if I don't enter any data and click on register, and then now the data will go, because we're not doing any kind of validation that the user whether he is entering the data or not. So if you assume that the user will enter some data and then that will be going, then by default it goes. So it is not always a good practice to validate this data at server side. We need to validate this data at client side. To do that, what I'm going to do is, now here I'm going to write a JavaScript function to handle these validations. So I want to write all these functions in a separate external JavaScript file called validateForm.js. I didn't write any code here, but I created a JavaScript file called validateForm.js, and I want to use this form validateForm.js in my HTML. So I'm using an external JavaScript here, so I'm referring it by using a source attribute, and then I have my validate JavaScript file under JS folder. So this JS folder, I'm just referring it to the absolute path, validate form.js. Now here I'm going to write my function that validate form. So this is the method will be invoked whenever you click on submitting. So form submit invoke, or something like I'm writing an alert statement to ensure that whether this particular form is invoked. Now the method or the function is invoking, and directly that is going because we are not writing anything. So if you write return false, then the controller will not go to the server, rather it will be there within the browser itself, the form itself. If I click on that, and then it doesn't go until and unless we return true. So fine, now we'll try to access the data of the form. To access the data, we are using the document object element here, and then in document object element we have a property to access all the forms by using forms, and here we need to give the name of the form. If you see here in my form name, I have given as a sign up form, so you need to pass this as a parameter, and then under this form, what is the element you're trying to access. So the element I'm trying to access is the first name, that is what the name of an element, and then I'm just going to paste, and then here dot value. So when you're using this dot value, now you're going to get the value of this element, and then I'm going to store it in first name variable, and you can write the console statement or an alert statement to say whether you got this data or not, or whether it is invoked or not. Just let me refresh it and enter some data and then register. Now I got this name. So the function is now able to get the data. So now what I do is, now I will check three validation rules for this first name. The first one is whether it is empty or not, empty validation, and I will check minimum and maximum characters and max characters, and also pattern. So we'll see these three validations. So to do that, I want to write one more function to check whether it is empty or not, or something like. So what I do is, here I'm going to write validate first name method function by passing this first name as a parameter. Now what I want is, I'm going to write one more function here, so call validate first name of first name, Or what you can do is for code reusability, because these are the three general validation rules we'll check. So you can write empty validation method, pass first name, and then check whether it is empty or not. That is what the appropriate way of doing it. Now I'm just checking only for the first name. That's why I'm just writing only one function to do all these validations at a time. But if you want to do code reusability, what we can do is, like, you have empty validation by passing that string. Suppose if you have second name, first name, middle name, last name, username, password, and if you want to do all these empty validations on this, so you cannot write each and every individual method. Instead, that what you can write is like empty validation, and then you accept as a string. You just check whether the string is empty or not. So if it is empty, just return false. If it is not, return true. That's how you should be. So but here I'm performing only for first name validation. So what I do here is, so I'll just check the condition if first name is equals to null. So if it doesn't enter anything, or the first name length or first name or dot length is not greater than 0, something like you can see. Now I can check it. If it is empty, then what I'm going to see is I'm going to write an alert message first name or enter first name, and I'm going to return false. And here this value will come here as a variable response is equals to. Now what we do is, if this response is equal to false, then I'm just going to return this, or directly you can return the response as well. So now what I do is, now let me run this to understand. Now I'm not entering anything. Now validation occurred, like enter first name. So now it is not going. And similarly, I'll just check whether the minimum and maximum, else if first name dot length is less than or equal to 6, or first name dot length is greater than or equal to 10, then I'm going to write a validation rule saying that first name must be in between 6 to 10 characters in length. So than 6, okay, and greater than 10. So I'm going to write and then I need to return false. So let me run this. Suppose I enter only 2 characters and then register, then it says first name must be in between 6 to 10 characters in length. Suppose if I give more value also, it says first name must be in between 6 to 10 characters in length. Suppose I'll give only 6 characters, then the validation rule is true, so that that will go for the resource, the server resource, that whatever you give. And second thing we'll see is a pattern. So for doing the pattern, what I do is I'll use a regular expression pattern. So now here I'm going to define a pattern variable, and as we discussed, like JavaScript supports 3 different kind of objects, that is regular expression, string, and other stuff. So here we are going to use a regular expression, and by using the constructor we can pass the appropriate value. Now the regular expression always will start with this exclamatory one with forward slash, or directly you can give what is the pattern that you're going to check within the square brackets. Now here I want to check whether it is only alphabets or not, or you can search for the regular expressions. That regular expressions you can copy paste here, so that you don't need to write it from scratch. So I'm just checking only whether this pattern is alphabets or not, or you can add alphanumeric. So if you want to be alphanumeric, you can add 0 to 9. And I just want to close this by using plus and then dollar symbol. So this is how you write your regular expression. So this regular expression is simple to check only the alphabets. It checks whether it is matching to alphabets or not. So in order to check your first name with this, whether it is matching or not, what we do is we'll say pattern dot, we have a method called test to check whether this first name is matching to first name or not. If the entered data is matching, then it is not a validation. If it is not matching, then it should be a validation. So what we do is we'll write negative. So if not pattern dot test matches to first name, then I'm going to say alert first name enter only alphabets. For first name, this is what the message I want to display, and then I want to return false. So now let us recheck this. Suppose I want to give some special symbols and then register. Now it says enter only alphabets for first name. So this is how the validation rules that you can write for each and every form element that you are going to do. This is a traditional approach. It's an older approach because a lot of validation can happen by using a lot of validation JavaScript framework, which is by default available. And with the invention of HTML5, HTML supports new input types and attributes to validate our forms with a minimal JavaScript, or even you can eliminate the JavaScript to check whether the data which is entered in the form inputs are validated or not. So prior to HTML5, so when you are entering phone number, usernames or emails or URLs, there is no specific type, there is only text type, so that we need to externally write our JavaScript functions to validate whether it is matching to the appropriate pattern or not. So in HTML5 they analyzed like this is a general requirement for every website. So instead of doing a lot of validation code by using JavaScript, they themselves have done in the HTML5 and have given different types of inputs. So if you mention the input with a particular type, then the browser itself will understand the user has to enter this kind of data. And with some more additional attributes, we can also validate this data before sending it to the server resources. Like you have a new input elements like email, URL, number, date, telephone, and many more to define predefined validation logics. So how exactly we can do this is, here I have taken an example of HTML validation data. Here also we have a form and then here we have taken some kind of labels or name as a required, and here if you see we have taken input type is equal text for name, but here I have created a attribute called required. When I say required, it will become a mandatory field in HTML5. So if user is not entering, by default HTML5 will display an error message saying that please fill out this field. And we can also verify the pattern, whether what kind of a pattern you can support, alphanumeric or something like. And then it also will suggest if any error comes, what is the title that you are looking for, like first name and last name. And looking for email, we have direct type called type is equal to email, so I don't need to type any pattern here. But though it's the pattern of email by default is minimal, it doesn't check your complete email validation, but it just generally checks whether @ present or dot is present or not. So, and then required will make this attribute as a required one. And then even when you're using website, you can use URL, and then you can use telephone numbers and then number, and you can use step values, you can use minimum and maximum values. So all these things have come in HTML5 to minimize the data validation. So to do that, now let us open this form, and when I click on the submit, then it immediately says please fill out this field because we made it mandatory. Suppose if I say hello, it says that please match the requested format. It could be first name and then last name. There should be 2 words you should have. Hello, suppose say I'll give ZaranTech, then this is validated. And when I say email, now immediately suppose if I click on submit, then it says please include an @ in the email address. So it always checks @ suppose I have given something like this, then it will consider it. Okay. But this is not a proper email validation, that is what I'm trying to say, but it always checks whether @ is present or not with a minimum validation. So when you're using a website URL, if you give anything like that, it doesn't take it gives you a validation rule, please enter a URL. So how can you give URL is www.zarantech.com. Even it asks you for HTTP. So the URL could be something like http/. So now the data is submitted. That is how the HTML5 simplifies the client-side validations. In this session, we'll discuss about one important feature in JavaScript, that is a document object model. So there are two object models will be provided by JavaScript, that is document object model and then browser object model. So in this session, we'll focus on what exactly is document object model and then why it will be used to perform basic operations. So the objective of this session is we'll try to understand how this document object model can be used to find different HTML elements and then changing the values of HTML elements and adding and deleting HTML elements dynamically. So as we know that HTML follows a document structure where we have all the elements are categorized in a inheritance hierarchy. Like every element will have a parent element and then a child element. So example, if you take the root element is a HTML and under that you have a head and then under that you have a title. So there is a parent child relationship will be there, and then all these HTML document will be created by using a tree structure. So when a page is loaded, the browser will create a document object model for each and every page. So what this document object model will be done is this document object model will be accessed by JavaScript and is used to access each and every element in the HTML page, and then you can perform your own operations with the help of JavaScript functions. These are the things which you can dynamically change the values or dynamically change the colors or styles of a particular element, and all the operations we can perform. So the HTML document object model is constructed as a tree of object. If you see, the document is a root object. Under this, the root element will be an HTML. Under this, you have head and then body as the child elements. Under head, you have title, and you may have meta, and then you may have script, and then you have link, which are the child, and then under body you may have hyperlinks, tags like a, and then in this you may have an attribute called href. So for all these things, the document object model is used to access all these elements. There are different strategies of accessing these elements. So DOM allows you to access the elements using three different methods. One is get element by ID. Some of the examples we have seen already by accessing some elements based on the ID of an element, which is a unique. So if you have an ID as a unique parameter for an element, so you're going to access an individual element based on the ID. And if you want to access all the tags together, then DOM supports one more method called get elements by tag name, passing the parameter of the tag. And then the third method which we have is get elements by class name, wherein if you pass the name of the class, that is going to give you a group of elements which is identified by the class name. So accessing these elements, the first one is going to give you a single element, and then the remaining two will give you an array of elements, so that you can access individual element by iterating through the array, and then you can do whatever the operations you want to do, especially changing the style of an element or writing some text dynamically or some of the operations. So how you are going to do the HTML elements, or how you are going to change the HTML elements content is, if you want to write any HTML content, the element, after accessing the element, you can use certain properties to write the content. So one example which you've already seen, there is a property called inner HTML which allows you to write an HTML content to that particular element. And if you want to add a new attribute, so you can use element.attribute with a new value, and you can also set an attribute to this. So the attribute property allows you to access an attribute and changing a new value. And if you want to set a new attribute, then we are going to invoke a method called set attribute with an attribute and then the value. So and there is one more property called style, which is used to change the CSS pattern or CSS of the element. The syntax for accessing that is element.style.property. So these are the basic things that you can do with the DOM, and apart from that you can also do adding and then deleting elements. There are certain kind of methods we'll have. So before that we'll take an example and then see how the DOM can be used to access the elements. Example, suppose here I'm creating a div inside my body. So what I do is I'll give this as an ID to say that it's my div1, and under this I have a paragraph tag and I'll give an ID to this paragraph to access by using DOM as para1. So what I do is now I want to write a script inside my header tag to validate this paragraph tag. So what I do is now I'm going to see document dot get element by ID, and I'm going to pass this para1. I want to access that paragraph, and to write some content what I'm going to do is I'm going to write inner HTML is equal to this is paragraph text. So I want to write some kind of content. So now let me save this and then let me run this to understand, but data is not written. Now if any error occurs, what you can do is you can inspect the page by right click and inspect, where you can go to the console. Here it shows you what are the error that you have. Now here it's an uncut type error saying that cannot set property inner HTML of the null. Why? Because we have written the script inside the head. So as we discussed in the initial sessions, whatever the script that you mentioned inside the head inside the script, that will be executed before loading the page. So before loading the page there is no div or there is no paragraph element, so that it is unable to access this para1 to write the content. So that's why it is very important when you are doing some kind of manipulations, when the page is completely loading. Suppose if you use a function for doing this and then invoking the function when the user interacts to the body, then it works fine, because this function will be invoked whenever the user interacts. But I want to write some content when the page loads. This doesn't work. Why? Because by this time there is no paragraph text. So what I do is I will shift this inside body. Now let me try. So when you run this now, because the paragraph is available now, because we have written inside the body, now once a page get loaded, then the script is going to be executed. That is what the major difference between writing your script inside head and then writing your script inside body. So now this is the way I'm accessing the element, and then I'm writing the content also. So let us say that I will write some more methods to access different div elements, and can check like how these other methods in the DOM are trying to access these elements. So now I created two more divs. Now here I'm going to say ID is equals to div2.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is used for dependency injection in Angular? Option A, ng module. Option B, component. Option C, template. Option D, injectable. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master building web apps? Our Angular JS2 course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace right here. In this course, you'll dive into Angular JS2, a powerful tool for creating dynamic web apps. From setting up your project to advanced features, we've got it covered. Our course includes everything from the basics to advanced techniques, designed by experts who know Angular JS2 inside out. Your instructors are seasoned pros who are ready to guide you and answer your questions. And our students rave about it too. People just like you have found this course incredibly useful. The best part? It's very affordable, so you can get great training without spending a fortune. Ready to become an Angular JS2 expert? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website.
And here I'm going to say ID of this is equal to div3, or instead of accessing this with ID, I'm going to access this with a class name. For that I'm giving a class called example, and for this div also I'm going to give the class called example. And let us say I'm just going to write some content inside this. So I'm going to write p this is first div, or directly I can write the content inside this. So I'll write this is the first div, and I'm going to write some text here. This is the second div. So there are two divs I'll have. So I want to change the colors of this. Now first let me run this to see how it is looks like. Now this is the plain text I have written inside the divs. Now by using this I want to change the colors of them. So I want to access both these elements by using elements by class name method, and I'm going to pass the class name as example, and which returns me a kind of array. So I'm going to say elements is equals to. Now these elements I can access by using index. Now I have a parameter called style is equals to. Now what I can do, I can set this property. What kind of property you're going to set? I'm going to set a color. So I'm going to say style dot the property you want to set. Now I'm going to set it to a color called red, and then similarly for elements of 1, the second div, I'm going to change the color of this div to some blue. Now let us see how this is going to be affected. Now when you see the first div is changed to red and second div is changed to blue, that is a way how you are going to access your classes and then applying the styles. So this is a way of doing it. Generally, I mean, all these things are efficiently done by using CSS, but there is a probability of doing this by using JavaScript. That's we want to demonstrate. So this is a way that how you are going to access your elements and then setting attributes and then doing some kind of styles. Now let us check how to add and then delete elements by using DOM. So DOM also allows you to dynamically add or remove an HTML element. So far what we are trying to do is we're just trying to access the elements which are present in HTML and then want to manipulate that elements, maybe by changing the text or maybe by applying some kind of colors. But apart from that, DOM also allows you to dynamically add or delete so different HTML elements. So for that we have different methods here. So we can use create element and passing an element object to create an HTML element. Similarly, we have a remove child, which we can remove an element, and then we can append child, we can replace the child, and then we can write text. This write text we have already seen. It directly writes some content to the HTML as an output stream. So now we'll try to create some kind of elements and then append it to our existing web page. So what I try to do is I'll create a paragraph, and then I want to create inside this div, or I want to append this to div. So in order to do that, what we are going to do is first we need to create the elements. So what element you want to append to which element? So suppose if I want to append a paragraph, so then you need to create what is the kind of element you are going to create. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to create a element called paragraph. So the element name I need to give, this is what the tag name you need to give in HTML. So P is a tag. Now I created a paragraph tag, and now paragraph contains some text. So I'm going to create a text node for this. Para text is equals to, now I have my document object dot create. I have a method called text node. Here I'm going to text created for paragraph, something like, I'll write it. So now I created a paragraph element. For this I created a child node, that is text node. So what I can do is for this para I need to append the child because I want this text as a child to this. So I'll use my append child method and then I'll append para text. So now what happens, the text will be appended to the paragraph. Now I want to append this paragraph to a particular division. So what I need is I want to access the division 2 or division 3 or whatever. Now I want to append it to division 3. So I want to access this division get element by ID by passing div 3 the ID as a parameter. Now I want to append div 3 dot, I can use append child of this para. So now here what I'm doing is first I'm creating a paragraph element and I'm creating a text node for this paragraph element. I'm appending this text node to the paragraph element, and here I have my paragraph with a text. but I need to append it to a particular element where you want to append it. So I want to append it to a division. So I have taken the division 3, I accessed it as an element. For this division 3, I have used append child for appending this paragraph. So this is what the thing which we have done. Now let us run this. So let me save this and run. Now you see, this is the text created for paragraph is added as part of the division, and by default if you see, the color is created to blue because we have already set the element 1, that is div 3 color to blue. So by default, whatever the element you created, default styles will be applicable, so you don't need to apply the styles externally. That is how you are going to create new elements. This is what the hierarchy you need to follow. First creating an element and then appending it to the appropriate element in the division. Suppose if you want to remove a child element, first you need to select which element that you are trying to remove and from which element. Suppose I want to delete this para 1. So first you need to identify what is the parent element for this. So for this I'm going to access my division 1, accessing document dot get element by id of division 1. So now here I got my division 1. I also need to get my element which I need to delete. So here I'm going to say maybe para 1 is equals to document dot get element by id of para 1. So para 1 is the id of it. So now what I'm going to do is, now in division 1 I'll have div 1 dot remove child of para 1. So now this is the way I'll remove it. So now this has to be removed. So when you save this, now that is removed it. So this is the way how you are going to append, and then how you are going to create elements, and then how you are going to remove the child elements. So apart from that, we have lot of node lists, like you can append it as a sibling and all the other stuff. So you can use these elements methods and a DOM to perform of creating and then manipulating your child elements.
Hey there! Want to master building web apps? Our Angular JS2 course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace right here. In this course, you'll dive into Angular JS2, a powerful tool for creating dynamic web apps. From setting up your project to advanced features, we've got it covered. Our course includes everything from the basics to advanced techniques, designed by experts who know Angular JS2 inside out. Your instructors are seasoned pros who are ready to guide you and answer your questions. And our students rave about it too. People just like you have found this course incredibly useful. The best part? It's very affordable, so you can get great training without spending a fortune. Ready to become an Angular JS2 expert? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website. Let's look at the first question. What is Angular and how does it differ from AngularJS? Today, we're discussing Angular and how it differs from AngularJS. Could you explain what Angular is and highlight the key differences between it and AngularJS? Certainly. Angular is a TypeScript-based, open-source web application framework developed by the Angular team at Google. It's important to note that Angular is a complete rewrite of AngularJS, which was the previous version of the framework. One of the significant improvements in Angular over AngularJS is performance. Angular offers better performance due to its efficient change detection and rendering mechanisms. For example, Angular uses a more optimized approach to updating the user interface compared to AngularJS, which results in faster rendering and smoother user experiences. Another key difference is that Angular is optimized for mobile development. It includes features and tools designed to enhance mobile performance and usability. For instance, Angular provides a mobile-first approach and integrates well with mobile platforms, ensuring that applications perform effectively on both desktop and mobile devices. Angular adopts a component-based architecture, which is a departure from the directive-based approach used in AngularJS. This means that in Angular, applications are built using self-contained, reusable components. For example, instead of using directives to create custom HTML elements, Angular encourages developers to build applications using components that encapsulate both the logic and the template. This promotes better organization and maintainability of the code. Angular provides enhanced performance, mobile optimization, and a component-based architecture, making it a significant advancement over AngularJS. Angular brings several improvements that make it a robust framework for modern web development. By leveraging Angular's advanced features and optimizations, developers can create high-performance, scalable applications that meet today's demands. Let's look at the next question. What are the key features of Angular? Today, we're diving into the key features of Angular. Can you explain the essential elements of Angular and how they contribute to its framework? Angular is a powerful framework for building dynamic web applications. It offers several key features that work together to create robust and efficient applications. Let's start with components. Components are the fundamental building blocks of an Angular application. They encapsulate the view, the logic, and the data. Each component controls a part of the user interface and is defined by a TypeScript class, an HTML template, and CSS styles. For example, imagine a user profile page in a web application. You might have a component for the profile header, another for the user details, and another for user settings. Each of these components manages its own part of the user interface. Next, we have templates. Templates define the HTML layout of a component. They use Angular's template syntax to bind data from the component's class to the view. This allows dynamic updates and user interactions. For instance, you can use Angular's data binding to display a user's name in the template. If the name changes in the component class, the template updates automatically. Directives are another key feature. Directives are classes that add behavior to elements in the template. Angular has built-in directives like ngIf and ngFor, and you can also create custom directives. For example, an ngFor directive can be used to loop through a list of items and display them in the view, like rendering a list of products in an e-commerce application. Dependency injection is a design pattern used to manage dependencies in Angular. It allows you to inject services or other dependencies into your components and services, making them more modular and easier to test. For instance, if your component needs to fetch data from a server, you can inject an HTTP service into it rather than creating the HTTP request directly within the component. Services are classes that handle business logic and data management. They are typically used to share data and functions across multiple components. For example, a user service might handle user authentication and provide user data to various components within the application. Pipes are used to transform data in the template. They can format dates, currencies, and other data types, or perform custom transformations. For instance, a date pipe can format a date in a human-readable format, such as changing a timestamp to August 1st, 2024. Finally, routing allows you to navigate between different views or components in your Angular application. It helps manage the application's navigation and URL mapping. For example, you can set up routes to navigate between a home page, a product listing page, and a user profile page, with each route displaying the corresponding component. Each element plays a vital role in building a dynamic and efficient web application. Absolutely. By understanding and leveraging these features, developers can build scalable, maintainable, and high-performing applications with Angular. Let's look at the next question. What is a component in Angular? Let's talk about components in Angular. What exactly is a component? A component in Angular is a fundamental building block of an Angular application. It's the core unit that helps you build and control different parts of your application. Think of a component as a piece of a larger puzzle. Each component manages a specific part of the user interface and is responsible for a section of the screen called a view. A component in Angular consists of three main parts. First, the template. This is the HTML part of the component. It defines how the view should look. For example, if you're building a user profile page, the template would include the layout and structure for displaying user details. Second, the class. This is written in TypeScript and contains the logic for the component. It defines how the component behaves, such as handling user inputs or interacting with services. For example, the class might include methods to update user information or respond to button clicks. And third, the metadata. This is provided using a decorator called a component. It includes information about the component, such as its selector, which is the tag used to include the component in other templates, and its template and style URLs. In summary, a component in Angular combines a template for the view, a class for the logic, and metadata to configure how it integrates into the Angular application. Together, these elements create a cohesive and functional part of the user interface. Let's look at the next question. Explain the difference between component and directive. Today, we're discussing Angular JS2 and the differences between components and directives. Can you explain these concepts in detail? In Angular JS2, both components and directives are fundamental building blocks used to create dynamic and reusable user interfaces. However, they serve different purposes and have distinct characteristics. Let's start with components. A component in Angular JS2 is essentially a directive with a template. This means that components are not just about adding behavior to existing DOM elements, but also about defining the structure and appearance of a part of the user interface. For example, consider a user profile component. It would include both the logic for managing user data and the HTML template for displaying that data, such as the user's name, profile picture, and bio. Components are self-contained units that encapsulate both the view and the behavior. On the other hand, directives are used to add behavior to existing DOM elements or create new custom elements. They don't have their own templates but can manipulate the DOM and enhance the functionality of elements. For instance, a directive might be used to add tooltips, modify element styles, or handle user interactions. Directives can be applied to any element in the DOM to extend its capabilities. You might use a directive to create a custom drop-down menu or to manage how an element behaves when clicked. One key difference is that directives are primarily focused on behavior and DOM manipulation, whereas components are complete units that include both behavior and a visual template. Components are directives with a template, providing a comprehensive solution for building parts of your UI. Directives, on the other hand, add behavior to existing elements or create new custom elements without defining their templates. Both play crucial roles in building robust applications. Understanding these distinctions helps in effectively structuring and managing Angular JS2 applications. Let's look at the next question. What is data binding in Angular? Today, let's discuss data binding in Angular. Could you explain what data binding is and its different forms? Data binding in Angular is a powerful feature that allows you to coordinate parts of your template with parts of your component. It helps keep the view and the model in sync, ensuring that changes in the data are reflected in the user interface and vice versa. There are four main forms of data binding in Angular, each serving a different purpose. First, we have interpolation. This is used to display data from the component within the HTML template. You use double curly braces to embed dynamic values into the view. Next is property binding. This allows you to bind component properties to HTML element properties. It's done using square brackets, like unProperty value. It's useful for setting attributes or properties of elements dynamically. Then there's event binding. This enables you to listen to events such as clicks, key presses, or other user actions and trigger component methods in response. Finally, we have two-way binding. This combines property binding and event binding to keep the data in sync between the view and the component. For example, if you have an input field and you want to bind its value to a component property and update the property when the user types. This ensures that any changes in the input field update the name property, and any updates to the name property are reflected in the input field. Data binding in Angular helps in efficiently coordinating data between the model and the view, making your application more dynamic and interactive. Let's look at the next question. What is dependency injection in Angular? Today, we're diving into Angular and discussing a key concept, dependency injection. Can you explain what dependency injection is in Angular? Dependency injection is a design pattern used in Angular to manage how objects are created and provided to various parts of an application. In simple terms, It allows a class to request dependencies or services that it needs without having to create those dependencies itself. Think of it like this. Imagine a car that needs an engine. Instead of the car building its engine, it asks an external source to provide one. In Angular, classes request their dependencies from an external source, like a service container, rather than creating them internally. For example, suppose you have a component that needs to fetch data from a server. Instead of the component handling the HTTP requests directly, it requests a service to do that job. This way, the component is not concerned with how the data is fetched, it simply relies on the service to provide it. Dependency injection helps keep your code clean and modular by separating the creation of dependencies from their usage. This approach makes it easier to manage, test, and maintain your application. In Angular, you define services that provide the necessary functionality. Then, you use dependency injection to supply these services to the components or other services that need them. Overall, dependency injection is a powerful pattern that enhances the flexibility and scalability of your Angular applications. Let's look at the next question. What are services in Angular? Today, we're discussing services in Angular. Can you explain what they are and how they're used? In Angular, services are singleton objects. This means there is only one instance of a service throughout the application, making it ideal for sharing data and functionality across different components. The main purpose of services is to encapsulate and share business logic, data, and functionality in a reusable way. For example, a service can handle data fetching, user input validation, and logging, which can be shared across multiple components. One common use of services is fetching data from the server. Imagine you have a component that needs to display user information. Instead of writing the data fetching logic in the component, you create a service to handle this task. The component then calls this service to get the data. Another use is validating user input. You can create a service with validation logic that multiple components can use. For instance, if you have different forms across your application, a validation service ensures consistent validation rules are applied everywhere. Services are also useful for logging. You might want to log errors or user interactions across various components. By using a logging service, you centralize the logging logic in one place, making it easier to manage and maintain. In summary, services in Angular are powerful tools for sharing functionality and data throughout your application, promoting code reuse, and maintaining consistency. Let's look at the next question. What is the purpose of ng module? Today, we're diving into Angular JS2. Can you explain the purpose of ng module? Ng module plays a crucial role in Angular JS2 by organizing an application into functional blocks. Its main purpose is to structure the application by grouping related components, directives, and pipes into cohesive modules. Ng module allows developers to declare these elements, making it clear which parts of the application belong together. Additionally, ng module provides a way to control public access. It lets you specify which elements should be accessible from outside the module, ensuring modularity and encapsulation. For example, imagine you have a feature module for user management. ng module allows you to group user-related components, directives, and pipes into this module, while also defining which of these should be available for other modules to use. In summary, ng module organizes application functionality, declares necessary components, and manages public access, making it a key part of Angular JS2's modular architecture. Let's look at the next question. Explain the difference between constructor and ng-on-init. Today, we're discussing Angular JS2. Can you explain the difference between constructor and ng-on-init? Certainly, both constructor and ng-on-init are important in Angular, but they serve different purposes. Let's start with the constructor. The constructor is a special method in a TypeScript class. It's called when the class is instantiated, meaning when an instance of the class is created. For example, when you create a new component in Angular, the constructor initializes the class. You might use it to set up basic properties or inject dependencies. Now, ng-on-init is a lifecycle hook in Angular. It's called after the constructor, and after Angular has finished initializing input properties. Think of ngOnInit as the method where you perform additional initialization tasks that require the component's input properties to be set. For instance, you might use ngOnInit to fetch data from a service based on input properties, or to perform setup that relies on these properties. In summary, the constructor is used for basic initialization and dependency injection, while ngOnInit is used for tasks that depend on input properties and Angular's component initialization process. Let's look at the next question. What are Angular pipes? Today, we're discussing Angular JS2. Can you explain what Angular pipes are and how they are used? Angular pipes are a powerful feature in Angular that transform data before it is displayed to the user. Pipes help format or manipulate data directly in the HTML templates. For example, they can format dates, numbers, or currencies in a user-friendly way. Angular comes with several built-in pipes for common transformations. For instance, the date pipe can format a date into a readable format, and the currency pipe can convert a number into a currency format. Here's a quick example. If you have a date in your component and want to display it in a specific format in your template, in addition to the built-in pipes, Angular allows you to create custom pipes for more specific needs. Custom pipes are useful when you need to transform data in a unique way that isn't covered by the built-in pipes. For instance, if you need to create a pipe that capitalizes the first letter of each word in a string, then its custom capitalized pipe can then be used in your template to transform text as needed. In summary, Angular pipes are a versatile tool for transforming and formatting data in templates with built-in options for common needs and the flexibility to create custom solutions. Let's look at the next question. What is the purpose of an async pipe? Can you explain the purpose of the async pipe in Angular JS2? The async pipe is a powerful feature in Angular JS2 that simplifies working with asynchronous data. Its primary purpose is to subscribe to an observable or promise directly from the template. When used, the async pipe returns the latest emitted value from the observable or promise. For example, if you have a data stream from an API call, the async pipe automatically updates the view with the latest data as it arrives. Additionally, the async pipe handles the unsubscription process for you. This means that when the component is destroyed, the async pipe automatically unsubscribes from the observable or promise, preventing memory leaks. In summary, the async pipe simplifies handling asynchronous data, keeps your templates clean, and manages subscriptions efficiently. Let's look at the next question. What are Angular lifecycle hooks? Today, we're discussing Angular and its lifecycle hooks. Can you explain what lifecycle hooks are and provide some examples? Lifecycle hooks are interfaces in Angular that allow you to interact with the different stages of a component's or directive's lifecycle. They help you execute code at specific points during the lifecycle, from creation to destruction. Here are some key lifecycle hooks. onInit. This hook runs once after the component or directive is initialized. It's often used to perform initialization logic, such as fetching data. For example, if you need to load user details from a server when a component is first displayed, you would use ngOnInit to make that API call. ngOnChanges. This hook is called whenever an input property of the component changes. It allows you to respond to changes in input data. For instance, if you have a component that displays user information based on input properties, ngOnChanges can be used to update the display when those input properties change. ngOnDestroy. This hook is triggered just before Angular destroys the component or directive. It's useful for cleanup tasks such as unsubscribing from observables or releasing resources. For example, if your component subscribes to a data stream, you would use ngOnDestroy to unsubscribe from that stream to prevent memory leaks. By leveraging these lifecycle hooks, you can manage your components and directives more effectively, ensuring that they behave as expected throughout their lifecycle. Let's look at the next question. What is the difference between viewChild and ContentChild? Today, we're discussing Angular JS2 and exploring the differences between ViewChild and ContentChild. Could you explain these concepts? In Angular JS2, both ViewChild and ContentChild are decorators used to access elements and directives within a component. However, they serve different purposes and operate in distinct contexts. ViewChild is used to retrieve the first element or directive that matches the selector from the view DOM. This means it looks within the component's template for the specified element or directive. For example, if you have a component with a child element, you can use ViewChild to access this element directly in your component's class. This is useful for manipulating or interacting with elements that are part of the component's own template. Here's a simple example. Suppose you have an input field in your component's template and you want to access it programmatically. You would use ViewChild to get a reference to this input element and then perform operations like focusing or setting its value. On the other hand, ContentChild is used to retrieve the first element or directive that matches the selector from the content DOM. The content DOM refers to content projected into the component using Angular's content projection mechanism. For instance, if your component uses ng-content to project content from a parent component, ContentChild can be used to access that projected content. This allows you to interact with elements or directives that are inserted into the component from the outside. Here's a scenario. Imagine you have a component that displays a custom list and uses ng-content to allow parent components to insert list items. Using ContentChild, you can access these projected items and perform actions or extract data from them. In summary, ViewChild accesses elements or directives within the component's own template, while ContentChild accesses elements or directives that are projected into the component from outside. Both decorators are essential for interacting with different parts of your Angular components. Let's look at the next question. What is Angular CLI? Today we're talking about Angular CLI. Can you explain what Angular CLI is and its purpose? Angular CLI is a command line interface tool used for Angular development. Its main purpose is to simplify the process of initializing, developing, scaffolding, and maintaining Angular applications. With Angular CLI, developers can quickly create new Angular projects, generate components, services, and other code artifacts, and run build tasks directly from the command shell. For example, by running a simple command like ng new myapp, Angular CLI sets up a new Angular project with all the necessary files and configurations. Similarly, commands like ng generate component myComponent help in automatically generating new components, reducing manual setup, and ensuring consistency. Angular CLI also streamlines the development workflow with commands for testing, building, and deploying applications. In summary, Angular CLI is a powerful tool that helps streamline Angular development, making it faster and more efficient by automating repetitive tasks and providing a structured development process. Let's look at the next question. What is lazy loading in Angular? Today, we're discussing a key feature in Angular, lazy loading. Can you explain what lazy loading is and how it works? Lazy loading is a powerful feature in Angular that optimizes how your application loads and performs. Essentially, lazy loading allows Angular to load JavaScript components asynchronously rather than all at once. This means that instead of loading the entire application up front, Angular loads only the components necessary for the initial view. The rest of the components are loaded only when they are needed. Lazy loading activates when a specific route is accessed. For example, imagine you have a large application with multiple sections like a dashboard, settings, and user profiles. With lazy loading, the application will only load the components related to the dashboard initially. When a user navigates to the settings or user profiles, Angular will load those components on demand. This approach significantly improves application load time, making the user experience smoother and faster. By loading only the essential parts of the application first, you reduce the initial load time and ensure that users can interact with the application more quickly. In summary, lazy loading in Angular helps to enhance performance by loading components only when they are required, which leads to a more efficient and faster application. Let's look at the next question. What is AOT compilation? Today, we're discussing AOT compilation in Angular JS2. Can you explain what AOT compilation is and how it works? AOT compilation stands for ahead of time compilation. It's a process that converts Angular HTML and TypeScript into efficient JavaScript code before the browser executes it. During the build phase, the code is compiled ahead of time, which means the Angular HTML templates and TypeScript code are transformed into JavaScript during the build process, not at runtime. The result of this process is efficient JavaScript code that is ready for the browser. This pre-compilation helps in speeding up the application's load time and improving overall performance. For example, imagine a complex Angular application with many components and templates. Using AOT compilation ensures that all the templates are compiled into JavaScript code ahead of time. So when users access the application, it runs faster because the browser doesn't have to compile the code on the fly. AOT compilation helps Angular applications to start up faster and run more efficiently by converting code into optimized JavaScript before it reaches the browser. Let's look at the next question. What are Angular decorators? Today we're discussing Angular JS2 and focusing on Angular decorators. Can you explain what Angular decorators are? Decorators are special functions in Angular that modify JavaScript classes. They play a crucial role in Angular's design by attaching metadata to classes. The purpose of these decorators is to define the behavior and meaning of the classes in an Angular application. Let's explore some key Angular decorators. The @component decorator is used to define an Angular component. It provides metadata about the component, such as its selector, template, and style. For example, @component might be used to create a component that displays user profiles with a specific HTML template and CSS styling. The @injectable decorator marks a class as available for dependency injection. This means that Angular can provide instances of this class to other parts of the application. For instance, @injectable might be applied to a service class that handles data retrieval and needs to be injected into multiple components. The @ng module decorator defines an Angular module, which is a collection of components, directives, pipes, and services that are related. It helps organize the application into cohesive blocks. For example, @ng module is used to create a module that bundles related components and services, making it easier to manage and scale the application. Angular decorators are essential for defining how classes function within an Angular application by attaching metadata that guides their behavior and role. Let's look at the next question. What is the purpose of router outlet? Let's discuss the purpose of the router outlet in Angular JS2. Can you explain what it is and how it functions? In Angular JS2, the router outlet is a directive from the router library. Its main purpose is to mark where the router will display the view for a given route. Think of router outlet as a placeholder in your application's template. When you navigate to different routes, Angular uses router outlet to load and display the corresponding component. For example, if you have a route for a user profile and another for settings, router outlet will show the user profile component when you navigate to charge profile and the settings component when you navigate to SARData settings. Router outlet helps manage where and how different views are rendered based on the current route in your Angular application. For example, @ng module is used to create a module that bundles related components and services, making it easier to manage and scale the application. Angular decorators are essential for defining how classes function within an Angular application by attaching metadata that guides their behavior and role. Let's look at the next question. Explain the difference between promises and observables. Today, we're discussing a key concept in Angular JS2, the difference between promises and observables. Can you explain this in detail? Promises and observables are both used for handling asynchronous operations, but they serve different purposes and have distinct characteristics. Promises handle a single event, either a completion or a failure. When you use a promise, you're dealing with a one-time result. Once the promise is resolved or rejected, it can't be changed or reused. For example, imagine you're fetching user data from an API. A promise would be used to handle the response once the data is retrieved. The promise either returns the data or an error, but it only deals with that single response. On the other hand, observables act like streams and can handle multiple events over time. They are more flexible and powerful, allowing you to subscribe to a sequence of values or events that may occur. For instance, if you have a real-time chat application, you would use an observable to handle incoming messages. The observable can emit multiple messages over time, and you can subscribe to it to receive each message as it arrives. Promises are great for handling single asynchronous operations, while observables are ideal for working with multiple events or values over time. Let's look at the next question. What is change detection in Angular? Today, we're diving into the concept of change detection in Angular. Can you explain what it is and how it works? Change detection in Angular is a crucial mechanism that keeps your application's views in sync with the underlying data models. Change detection tracks changes by monitoring the data within your components. Whenever a component's data changes, Angular's change detection mechanism kicks in to ensure that the view reflects these updates. For instance, imagine you have a component displaying a list of items. If an item is added or removed, change detection will automatically update the view to reflect these changes without requiring manual intervention. Change detection updates the view by comparing the current data with the previous state. If differences are detected, Angular updates the relevant parts of the view to ensure it accurately represents the current state of the data. Consider a scenario where a user inputs data into a form. As the user types, change detection tracks these input changes and updates the view in real time, providing immediate feedback to the user. In summary, change detection in Angular ensures that your views are always up to date with the latest data by continuously monitoring component data and updating the view accordingly. It's fascinating how it keeps the views in sync with the data models. Yes, it's one of the core features that make Angular so powerful and efficient for building dynamic web applications. Let's look at the next question. What are template reference variables? Today, let's talk about template reference variables in Angular JS2. Can you explain what they are? Template reference variables are a powerful feature in Angular JS2 used to reference elements in templates. They allow developers to access DOM elements, Angular components, or directives from within the template itself. To declare a template reference variable, you start with a hash symbol followed by a name. For example, if you have an input element and you want to reference it. Once you've declared a template reference variable, you can use it to access the element's properties and methods within the template. Template reference variables can also be used to reference Angular components and directives. For example, if you have a custom component called myComponent. This powerful feature enhances the flexibility and reusability of your Angular JS2 applications by providing direct access to elements, components, and directives within the template. They are a valuable tool for Angular JS2 developers. Let's look at the next question. What is the purpose of a zone? Today, we're discussing Angular JS2 and specifically the purpose of a zone. Can you explain this in detail? ng zone service. Absolutely. In Angular JS2, a zone managed by the ng zone service plays a crucial role in optimizing application performance. ng zone service. To start, the ng zone service allows you to execute work both inside and outside the Angular zone. This capability is essential for fine-tuning how Angular's change detection mechanism operates. ng zone service. When code runs inside the Angular zone, it automatically triggers Angular's change detection after each asynchronous operation, such as a set timeout or an HTTP request. ng zone service. For example, imagine a scenario where you have a timer updating the UI every second. Running this timer inside the Angular zone means the change detection is triggered every second, which might not be necessary and could affect performance. ng zone service. On the other hand, running code outside the Angular zone means that Angular's change detection is not triggered. This is beneficial for performance optimization because it reduces unnecessary change detection cycles. ng zone service. For instance, you can run the timer outside the Angular zone and only re-enter the zone to update the UI when a significant event occurs. This way, Angular's change detection is only triggered when truly needed, improving the overall performance. The purpose of a zone in Angular JS2 is to manage where and when Angular's change detection is triggered, allowing developers to optimize their application's performance by strategically running code inside or outside the Angular zone. Understanding and utilizing zones effectively can significantly enhance Angular JS2 application performance. Let's look at the next question. What are Angular guards? Today we're discussing an essential aspect of Angular, guards. Can you explain what Angular guards are? Guards in Angular are interfaces that help control route navigation. They act as gatekeepers, determining whether a route can be accessed or not. What types of guards are there in Angular? There are several types of guards in Angular, each serving a specific purpose. Let's go through them one by one. First, we have canActivate. This guard determines if a route can be activated. For example, you might use canActivate to check if a user is logged in before allowing access to a dashboard route. Next is canActivateChild. This guard determines if child routes can be activated. It's useful when you need to apply a check to all child routes of a parent route. For instance, you might use canActivateChild to ensure that a user has the correct permissions before accessing any child routes of an admin section. Then we have canDeactivate. This guard determines if a route can be deactivated. It's often used to prevent users from losing unsaved changes. For example, if a user is filling out a form and tries to navigate away, canDeactivate can prompt them to confirm before leaving the page. Angular JS2 Expert. Lastly, there's canLoad. This guard determines if a module can be loaded. It's particularly useful for lazy loaded modules, where you want to restrict access until certain conditions are met. For instance, you might use canLoad to check if a user has the necessary role to access a feature module. Thank you for explaining the different types of Angular guards. It's clear how they can be used to enhance route navigation and security in an application. Guards are powerful tools that help developers manage access control and ensure a smooth user experience in Angular applications. Let's look at the next question. What is the purpose of the track function in Angular? Today we're discussing Angular and specifically the purpose of the track function in Angular. Can you explain this in detail? Of course, the track function in Angular is a powerful feature used in conjunction with the ng-for directive. Its primary purpose is to improve the performance of applications that deal with lists or collections of items. Imagine you have a list of items displayed using ng-for. When the list changes, such as adding, updating, or removing items, Angular by default re-renders the entire list. This can be inefficient, especially for large lists, as it affects performance. Here's where the track function comes in. By using the track function, you help Angular identify and track changes to individual items in the collection. Let's say you have a list of products, and each product has a unique ID. By providing a track function that returns the unique ID of each product, Angular can efficiently determine which items have been added, changed, or removed. For example, the track function might look something like this: track by product ID, index product, return product, ID. This tells Angular to use the product's ID to track changes. This way, when an item is added, updated, or removed, Angular only re-renders the affected items instead of the entire list. This significantly enhances performance, making your application more responsive. Overall, the track function is essential for optimizing the rendering process of dynamic lists in Angular applications, ensuring better performance and a smoother user experience. This feature plays a crucial role in enhancing application performance. Utilizing the track function effectively can make a noticeable difference in how efficiently your Angular application handles dynamic data. Let's look at the next question. What is the difference between a structural and an attribute directive? Today, we're discussing Angular JS2 and the differences between structural and attribute directives. Can you explain this in detail? Structural directives modify the layout of the DOM by adding or removing elements. They have a significant impact on the structure of the view. Two common examples are ngIf and ng-for. For instance, ngIf is used to conditionally include or exclude an element from the DOM. If the condition is true, the element is added. If false, it's removed. This can be useful for showing or hiding components based on user interactions or data state. ng_for is another structural directive that helps in iterating over a collection of items and creating a template for each item. Imagine you have a list of users and you want to display each user's information in a card format. ng_for makes it easy to generate these cards dynamically based on the data set. On the other hand, attribute directives change the appearance or behavior of existing elements. They don't change the DOM structure, but rather modify the way an element behaves or looks. Examples include ng_style and ng_class. ng_style allows you to dynamically set the style of an element. For example, you can change the background color of a button based on a condition, making your UI more responsive and interactive. ng_class is similar but focuses on applying or removing CSS classes. You can toggle classes based on the state of your component, such as adding a selected class to highlight the active menu item. Structural directives alter the structure of the DOM by adding or removing elements, while attribute directives modify the appearance or behavior of elements without changing the DOM structure. It's fascinating how Angular JS2 uses these directives to manage the DOM efficiently. Let's look at the next question. What are Angular modules? Today, we're discussing Angular modules. Can you explain what Angular modules are and their significance? Sure. Angular modules are fundamental building blocks in Angular applications. They act as containers for cohesive code blocks, making it easier to organize and manage your application. The primary purpose of Angular modules is to group related pieces of functionality. This could be specific application domains, workflows, or sets of related capabilities. For example, you might have a module dedicated to user authentication. This module would contain all the components, services, and other code files related to logging in, registering, and managing user sessions. Inside an Angular module, you can include various elements such as components, service providers, and other code files. These elements work together within the module to perform specific tasks and maintain a clean separation of concerns. Imagine you have an e-commerce application. You could create separate modules for product management, order processing, and user profiles. Each module would encapsulate the logic and components specific to its function, making the application more modular and maintainable. By using Angular modules, you not only keep your code organized, but also improve the scalability and testability of your application. Modules can be easily reused and loaded as needed, enhancing the overall performance and flexibility of your application. They play a crucial role in structuring and managing Angular applications. Embracing Angular modules helps developers create robust, scalable, and maintainable applications with ease. Let's look at the next question. What is the purpose of the for-root method? Today, we're discussing Angular JS2 and the purpose of the for-root method. Can you explain this in detail? Absolutely. The for-root method in Angular JS2 plays a crucial role in configuring services within a module. To put it simply, for-root is used in the root app module of an Angular application. Its primary purpose is to ensure that services are provided as singletons across the entire app. For example, imagine you have a service that manages user authentication. By using the for-root method in your app module, you can ensure that this service is instantiated only once and shared across all components and modules in your application. This is particularly important for services that hold state or manage resources, as it prevents multiple instances from being created, which could lead to inconsistencies and unexpected behavior. By configuring services with for-root, you guarantee that there is a single instance of the service throughout the application's lifecycle. This ensures efficient resource management and consistent behavior across your Angular app. It plays a vital role in managing services within Angular applications. Using for-root correctly helps maintain the integrity and efficiency of your services, ensuring a smooth and reliable application experience. Let's look at the next question. What is the difference between ng content, ng container, and ng template? Today, we're discussing Angular JS2 and specifically the differences between ng content, ng container, and ng template. Can you explain these concepts? Sure, let's start with ng content. Ng content is used for content projection. This means you can pass content from a parent component into a child component and display it within a specific area of the child component. It's like creating placeholders for the content in your component template. For example, if you have a card component with a slot for the card's title and body, you can use ng content to project the title and body content from the parent component into the respective slots within the card component. This allows for greater flexibility and reuse of components. Next, we have ng container. Ng container is a structural directive that doesn't create any additional DOM elements. It allows you to group elements together without affecting the styles or layout of your application. This is useful when you need to apply a directive to multiple elements without wrapping them in an additional element. For instance, if you want to conditionally render multiple elements based on a certain condition, you can use ng container with an ng if directive. This way, you can control the rendering of the grouped elements without adding extra HTML markup. Lastly, let's talk about ng template. Ng template is used to define a template that is not rendered by default. Instead, it serves as a blueprint for creating embedded views that can be instantiated programmatically. Ng template is often used in conjunction with directives like ngIf and ngFor to conditionally or repeatedly render content. For example, you can use ng template to define a template for displaying a loading spinner. Then, you can use the ngIf directive to render the loading spinner only when a certain condition is met, such as when data is being fetched from an API. To summarize, ng content is used for content projection, allowing you to pass content from a parent component to a child component. ng container groups elements without affecting the styles or layout, and ng template defines a template that is not rendered by default but can be instantiated programmatically. Understanding these concepts is crucial for effectively using Angular JS2. By leveraging ng content, ng container, and ng template, developers can create flexible, efficient, and maintainable Angular applications. Let's look at the next question. What are Angular interceptors? Today, we're diving into the world of Angular and exploring the concept of interceptors. Can you explain what Angular interceptors are? Angular interceptors are powerful tools used to handle HTTP requests and responses within an Angular application. The primary purpose of interceptors is to transform or manage the data before it's passed on to the application or sent out. They act like middleware, sitting between the application and the backend server. Let's talk about some common uses of Angular interceptors. One significant use is adding authentication tokens to HTTP requests. When an application requests a secured API, it often needs to include an authentication token to verify the user's identity. For instance, when a user logs into an app, the backend server provides an authentication token. The interceptor automatically adds this token to every outgoing HTTP request, ensuring the user is authenticated without having to manually attach the token each time. Another crucial use is handling errors globally. Instead of writing error handling code for each HTTP request, you can use an interceptor to manage errors in one central place. For example, if a request fails due to a network issue or an expired token, the interceptor can catch the error, log it, display a user-friendly message, or even attempt to refresh the token and retry the request. Angular interceptors help streamline and secure HTTP communications within an application by allowing developers to manage and transform requests and responses efficiently. They play a vital role in enhancing application functionality and security. Let's look at the next question. What is Angular Universal? Today we're diving into Angular Universal. Can you explain what Angular Universal is and how it benefits Angular applications? Angular Universal is a powerful tool for Angular developers designed to enable server-side rendering, SSR, for Angular applications. At its core, Angular Universal allows you to pre-render your Angular application on the server before sending it to the client. This means that the server generates the HTML content of your application, and sends it to the browser, rather than relying on the browser to generate it after the page loads. This approach brings several benefits. First, it significantly improves the initial load time of your application. Because the server sends a fully rendered page, users see content faster, even if the client-side JavaScript is still being processed. For example, imagine a news website built with Angular. With Angular Universal, users will see the news articles and layout quickly when they first visit the site, as the server has already rendered this content before it reaches their browser. Second, Angular Universal enhances SEO for Angular applications. Search engines can crawl and index the pre-rendered content more effectively than client-side rendered content. This means your application's pages are more likely to appear in search engine results, improving visibility and driving more traffic. Consider an e-commerce site using Angular. With server-side rendering, search engines can index product details and categories more efficiently, leading to better search rankings and increased visibility for potential customers. Angular Universal brings the advantages of faster initial load times and improved SEO to Angular applications by enabling server-side rendering. Hey there! Want to master building web apps? Our Angular JS2 course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace right here. In this course, you'll dive into Angular JS2, a powerful tool for creating dynamic web apps. From setting up your project to advanced features, we've got it covered. Our course includes everything from the basics to advanced techniques, designed by experts who know Angular JS2 inside out. Your instructors are seasoned pros who are ready to guide you and answer your questions. And our students rave about it too. People just like you have found this course incredibly useful. The best part? It's very affordable, so you can get great training without spending a fortune. Ready to become an Angular JS2 expert? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit our website.